No, no, we're going in. You take the dibs. I did. You're first. It makes sense. Makes sense. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? My God, I can't with these fucking thing on Discord. The fucking promotion thing. Oh my God, what a pain in the ass. Anyways, I hope you're good. We have some teeny tiny adjustment news. I don't know if that's gonna be good. I'm just testing shit out. Um, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can do with that. We'll see what we can do with that. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Um, well, basically, I'm here at 1:30 now. I mean, not now. It's been a bit, but like 1:30 is the time that we start the thing, and then we stay there. Yes, I have disabled the AI tracking. I mean, not really AI tracking, but AI um, training of Twitch. But as a core reminder for everyone, because it's kind of complicated. I've seen a lot of people kind of complain about it, but it doesn't exist. Um, People have been mentioning the fact that when you disable it, it doesn't opt you out of what is written in your contract. So if you have, like myself, an affiliate contract or a partner program contract, you have already said my data is usable by Twitch for advertisement, marketing, and other things. And the and other things encapsulate the AI training things in a way, not really, not directly, but like in a way it does. And so disabling the thing it does send a signal, but not necessarily disable the entire thing, because basically that toggle in question is just mentioning AI training of the uh current, I think, like the current stream and future streams, but it didn't disable it for the past streams. So we don't know. Anyone that has been streaming that has pushed for affiliate and or partner that had access to the contract has signed the contract. The probability of Twitch just saying, oh yeah, everything before the fact that we have enabled an opt-out button has been trained, the models that we have, but we just didn't ask before because you had signed a contract. So that's the sad part. But we don't know. This is just speculation. I have no proof of that. And then there is the other side of people that are saying, I can't wait to see in about 6 months, 3 months, the fact that the people that have disabled AI training have seen their views and engagement and other things just fall down. You know, because you're not a team player anymore. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. This is speculation as well. Anyways, it is disabled on my end, yes. The thing that I find kind of funny though is I I'm truly against generative art because it's not art in on itself. I'm not necessarily against generative video and or images when it's made in a way that makes sense, but it's so far we don't have any model that is like trained ethically and so on. And I'm using AI on a daily basis for coding. Like I don't have the skills to code, so I have AI models that run on my machine that runs in the cloud for my own things. So it's a bit of a weird thing. And then again, with the fact that I have a brain issue, I have AI running my test as well based on my neurologist and the person that is doing my MRIs is telling me that basically she is using AI to detect if there is more things in my head or less thing in my head, and it makes a lot of sense. So, eh, eh. Nonetheless, Fields, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Congrats on landing. That is a first land of the day, which means I'm either not lending or lending. That's a binary option. Yes, yes, 100%, 100%. Um, yeah, yeah, absolutely landing on the target right there, perfectly. The right distance, the right angle, exactly on target. God damn. Um, so send me the link, Dora. I need a check. I need a check. I don't see a lot of difference compared to the previous variation uh, on this, and I don't necessarily like the cards being tan instead of white. Uh, that's a preference. So it depends. Um, I don't like this space right there, but that's fine. um, Basically, the thing that I don't like about it is that the bottom and top padding is bigger than the side padding, and reducing them might not be the good direction, and increasing the side padding might be better, but it might also condense your text a bit too much, specifically when you have tables like this one that shouldn't have been broken up in two lines. Like the 119 lots is either supposed to be on the same line and it's a one line text, or it's a breakage of 8K kg. Yeah, we did. We did lose me, sadly. We did lose me. I can't. Apparently I can't have cursor and or any code running while the stream is starting. This makes absolutely no sense to me, but I need to say that. Shafazo, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Um, so yeah, I broke the thing, which you didn't see, which is fine. I was talking about the two lines thingy right there, and are you gonna just make it? No, no, you missed it. You missed it. I'm not even gonna try again. Uh, So yeah, no, overall, I don't really have a lot of information of what that is. Uh, Feels like it's fine, but I don't really know other than just the blog. Um, I feel like that's fine. It's to me, it's missing some illustration. I would love. I'm still a visual person. I would love some images. I would love some explanation of, oh yeah, that happens. That's there. That's in the game. That's in the code. That's in whatever. Just just something, in order to give me a bit of a hint. uh, but yeah, I don't know. Other than that, it's fine. Um, yeah, if you have screens, I feel like that could work. I obviously, I'm not saying like go all in designer style thing, right? But if you had like a bit more of a breakage in the blog in something, like you have an image in the center, you have a paragraph, you have some bullet points for some things, like different types of sections would make the reading of the case study slash articles a lot more interesting and a lot more fun to achieve, I think. Um, Obviously, you wouldn't necessarily have things that are like interactive because this is not what is supposed to happen on a blog. But still, having a section with like two images on sides, if that's an option, could help a ton. If it's again, if it's code related, if you had like just a snippet of code that is just showcased, like yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. It could make it better. Obviously, this is like designer portfolio, and therefore there is a ton of visual shit because designer. But just breaking the monotonal way of reading that we have right here of like the only thing that breaks the flow are the H1 titles. Um, and that's it. I guess these ones are H2, because that's the H1. But yeah, so I I don't know, like this breaks it, but not enough. And again, this is me. So you do with that what you want. Um, but the difference in between the article itself, where the text is sitting on a long ass card that is white background, compared to here, when each of the article cards are sitting on a tan color thing, going back to what I just, yeah, that's not gonna work. I guess today is not the day. I guess today is not the day. I don't know what to say. It's just like two breaks in less than 15 minutes is crazy. Um, what I was about to say is this. In the behavior of like how color and lightness, vibrancy of like the luminance of surfaces in the web exist, we tend to say everything that is um, like the lightest is the closest to the user. So anything that you have here means that your cards themselves are lower than your background in terms of hierarchy of depth. But then when you hover them, they still take a shadow that brings them up. So they look as if they were higher, when in reality they are higher, but because of the color scheme that you have in their background, it feels like that's not the case. So for me on this, I would probably most likely um, in the card itself, if I can just select the card itself, you should have either here, that's probably it. Um, Either switch the color around or brain, figure it out right there. um, or just make that color white instead. I'm gonna do that really badly and it's gonna be fine. But that at least gives me the hierarchy of this is higher than the floor. And then when I'm hovering, it does raise from the floor officially. So that's fine. And therefore, when you do this and you navigate, then you basically expand the card itself to get the article here that it kind of match in transitions, but that's fine. So either your website is breaking my stream or my connection is shit. Probably the second option. Probably the second option. No, let me read that because you said something and then I didn't. You said I'm just looking right now for feedback on the questions themselves. How often is it to fill out the quiz? I don't know. I have doubts. But yeah, other than that potential thing and that kind of padding things, whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I have it. I have saved it. I have saved it. Um, Damn. I can. And when I refresh the page, it's a very nice white page. I think you did a pretty good job. Ah. Um, so I I have something that I see that I'm like, that makes no sense. You could do better, but also, you know, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Um, so the the background is kind of beige, a bit beige. Um, so I changed a ton of things to TK. We'll go on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was yours yesterday? Um, what did you have for lunch? Because that emote is coffee looking, or at least a drink, which means that this is not lunch. You need to eat something. uh, I can't. I know you ask about the questions themselves to make them fun and so on, but I can't not talk about it. Remove the bar at the top. The bar at the top is the most weirdest thing in there. And then I would highly recommend you to either place the title next to the emoji so that you can put the tags underneath as a one bar, or make the card bigger and put the tags underneath the title as sub tags. That makes a lot of sense. That would probably help you get most, not all of them, because this one is big, but most of your titles into one single line that would fit in each of the cards. So I would highly recommend you to change that, remove the thing at the top for many reasons. But yeah, I think that's what one of the initial thing that I see that I'm like, no good. But same as usual here, the card is not clickable. Like I can't. It raises, so it gives me all of the effects, and I can't click on it. Um, I think you need this. I think I think you need to pass this on your stuff. It will help. It will help. Nonetheless. So, front-end specialist things. Uh, oh my god. We have the same issue as last time. Um, do the testing one, the quiz for testing. That is not what I wanted to say. The software testing practices, this one? That's the one you want? I like to use it for everything hot. I guess I get it. Today's lentil with carrots, spinach, and tomatoes. That sounds pretty good. And on top, a bit of fish. Well, That sounds pretty good. Uh, I forgot yesterday lunch. Uh, I see. I see. I see. Uh, the fact that it feels content that pisses me off. Okay, so this is not good with this. You really need to pass the skill that I just gave you on it. It will fix a ton of shit. Um, if I remember correctly, you have a mostly mobile first design. I mean, based on what I see, this is mostly mobile first in what is presented. So I'm tempted to uh like take a look at it on mobile, but still. Um it's kind of the same thing for me. The main issue that I have here on desktop is like you need to condense your content in ways that make sense for the view in question. So right now you are in the software testing practice quiz with my name next to it, I guess. Um, this is probably going to stay there as a reminder of what is currently happening, right? So visually speaking, that could be a header. That could be your header right there with a back button to go back to the developer quizzes. And then you have software testing practices things with question 0 out of 10 and the amount of MMR thing right there. Maybe the correct answer is here. I don't know. But something in your header that basically free up this whole section. To me, that's the first thing. The second thing is that your question right here. I understand that this is uh, testing and security and other thing, which is not necessarily something that can be condensed in text, but this is a lot. In the skill that I just gave you, we recommend something like 7 to 12 words, which is like roughly 55 characters per line, which would basically break your line right here, and I guess would probably align with the answers. The other thing that I gave you last time is this is not necessarily the easiest to understand, um, because it's harder to read for some people. And Chipulis will go on it. The one that I have showcased, and I know that this is like on my phone and therefore it is different, but it's still kind of true. If I have my question at the top and these are my answers, potential as like a grid of 4, I have a better time figuring out what it needs to be. Like this is easier for readability and for quick usage and so on. Obviously, again, this is for mobile, so it's a bit different. It's thumb reachable because it's supposed to be like at the reach of your thumb, but it is easier for the readability of what you have here. You do have some questions that would be like more complex and have more text at some point. Um, but that is still like easier to understand for most people. So that's the main point, which again, I think I had that point last time as well. I remember that last time you had them left the line. I guess that's for you on camera. And so that was really bad. But yeah, I would simplify that header and put it in the header so that it makes sense. And then my question, again, going back to what I was saying a second ago, it is easier here if you can um, simplify the questions in its wording, like a way for you to just say, okay, my questions in the testing practices quiz are all going to be related to a specific topic. So I'm getting my specific topic as a broad umbrella statement at the top, and then my dedicated question of what is the arrange act assert, like AAA pattern meant to fix. Like, I don't know if all of that is actually something that is necessary for understanding the question and answering properly or not. Obviously, I don't have the knowledge. I'm going to trust you in saying that A is the right answer, but I don't really know if that's the case. So, yeah. Um, it's wrong. Congrats. Uh, or maybe it's just like something is broken uh, and it just didn't go through. So, yeah, I do have to refresh. I apparently do have to refresh, which is fine. If I say A again, it's going to tell me that I'm already in. Yeah, no. Good job. A was the right answer. Um, cool. Useless. I'm gonna go back there. Same exact reason. We talked about it before. We showcased it before. Um, if I'm here and I give me the right answer, I move on. I know the answer. If I give me the wrong answer, I'm gonna have why is it wrong? Like, what do you need to learn? But I don't want you to stop me if I'm answering correctly. Like, there is no need. I know that obviously I could have answered the thing and it could have been like a guess. And it's a lucky guess and it goes through. But if I answered correctly, like, fuck off. Like, get off my ass. Just I don't I don't need the explanation. I I answered correctly. Um so for me it's just like it always has been a bit of a weird thing when quizzes like this are stopping me from continuing and moving uh in the right direction. So here that makes sense. Like, I made a mistake, obviously, and I have the information and so on. So that could help. With the same thing as earlier, if this is like on mobile, the layout is better because it's going to be easier to read, but it's still like not the best option. Same thing, contrast and accessibility here is not really good. Black on colors is usually it passes the test, but it doesn't pass the visual test. So you should make the green and the red darker-ish and have the text being white. Denny, what on it? How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Um, I can't answer that question. Um, what do you mean 3 months Thursday? It is Wednesday. You are one day early. It is not Thursday. What did you do last night? Did you party a bit too much? So I can't answer that question because this is not information that I would find useful and or helpful in any way, shape, or form. Stony, what on it? Because I don't have any interest in that topic specifically. So it's going to be kind of complicated for me to give you this is good, this is not good. The evidence, I don't know if it makes sense. The links, why not? But still, like it kinda, but not really. Same thing. You're wet? Well, that's a first. I didn't know bird are wet. Depends on the day, but yeah. Um, The I mean, you do have the front-end specialization quiz, which I think would be potentially more aligned with what I have in my head, but it doesn't really matter in the sense that if I'm doing a quiz, and I know that the developer quizzes are supposed to be like an assessment quiz, so I can assess if I have the skill or not the skill. That's basically what it is. It would be something that I go through as a I want to assess. I don't care about the answers. So I would probably just go through the entire thing as a what is CSS media query, good length for the question. And then I'm going to go through these things, which obviously are kind of um, weird, but you know, and then move on. And if I answer something that is wrong, I'm probably not gonna give a shit either. Like it's again, it's an assessment. So in my I know it's different for you, and it's as you mentioned, it's for research purposes and so on. But in my head, I am doing the assessments to assess my skills, and therefore I don't really care. I will obviously, if I care about the assessment and so on, I'm going to read the question and answer the things properly and so on. But if I, you know, if it makes sense, it makes sense, and that's about it. So yeah, if they disagree, but that's why I'm saying the only time where I want some information is when I make a mistake, because it's like if I answer and it's the correct answer, then I go through. But if I answer it's the wrong answer, which is what I've been doing for the whole time because I'm not reading anything, then I pass because I don't, yeah, I got the right answer. It's fine. So this right here, for example, this is the right amount of explanation for me. Um, where from here, I can see that like, okay, based on that question, the reason right here is a good option. I think what you need to do is go on a Quizlet and find yourself like some sort of a quiz thingy that will give you access to, God damn it, will give you access to like a quiz interface that makes sense to you, and so that you can just figure out if it works. Like I don't know if we have. This is so French. This is crazy. Uh, if I go here, for example, again, going back to the same statement as earlier, here is my question. I have what is that character, and then I need to choose an answer from the 3, 4 options underneath. So I select the correct one. I move to the next thing. If I select the wrong one, it gives me this. You probably have noticed um, that I'm gonna try to do that. Um, so that's the right answer. Saying, but if I click on something that is wrong, so Hachi is the right answer. Look at what is happening visually on the page. There is a bit of a glitch where the border is changing. It's almost shaking, but not really. That thing is sliding in, and that thing is sliding up. This is what makes the question fun, what you were asking in the beginning. It's the small amount of like there is noise, there is some explanation when necessary, but right here is just like, well, that wasn't. It's a readability thing, so it's or a reading test. So it's not an assessment test. Um, but that is like kind of easy. There is sound, there is this at the end, there is some micro animations and so on. So all of that makes the question fun and the assessment fun based on the UI itself and the presentation and the sound and so on. Here, I do have some issues with if I answer correctly or if I don't answer correctly, my next button is I need to scroll to get to the next question. This is not what you want to happen. You basically want to make sure that the go next is always visible on the page so that people don't have to scroll through things. And right now I'm scrolling just to showcase the last entry in the options and the button. I don't really care about the answers because I made a mistake. So that goes back to what I said earlier with like the amount of text is too much for me. But yeah. Um, Let me separate out the analysis parts so people can nerd out what the quiz say about the knowledge here. Um, would that's a bit of a different thing. Would giving the information that is here uh, give out the correct answer? The same way that here, for example, I have not here. Here, I have this thing where I have the kanji that is displayed, but its reading is hidden. So if I don't know exactly how to read this, I can click the card and it discloses how I can read things. Would this be an option for you so that like people that don't necessarily understand the question entirely would be able to say, give me a bit more information, give me a something that would make more sense. It's not necessarily get a hint specifically here because it's like, oh, I don't know that kanji, but I know how to read it. Like I know the word, but not the character in question. So for you, it's not necessarily a hint. That's why I'm asking. Like potentially, it's something that could work, that you could give out as I don't know something else. um, yeah, that's about right. Um, so to me, it's mostly like in order to make the questions fun, which is your initial question, or at least request. Um, Add some sort of a sound slash noise when you answer correctly or wrong, so that you have like a bit of an audio feedback. Visual cues when something happens that is correct or not correct. For example, on the Android version of Can, when you answer correctly, the screen goes green, but you still move on to the next question. I basically the move on to next pop-up at the bottom is still sliding up and then being pressed automatically by the system so that it's dismissed because I didn't figure it out on Android. That's my fault. But you still have like the screen goes green because you have done the you have answered correctly. So again, I'm guessing that most of the thing that are in there uh, for the assessment quizzes, people that are taking them have a lot better time than me and answer the things properly. For me, because it's going to be front-end personalization, that is going to be something that is, I think, better. Uh, Now that I'm doing that again for the 16th time, store my name somewhere. I don't know. Do something about it. But if I did a quiz once and it's like just store my name in local storage, there's no need to ask again. They should not exist. Um, But yeah, a code review flag if user ID is null. What does the reviewer want to consider? Um, no, no, yeah. Um, yeah, kind of. But yeah, this is gonna be easier. So again, I do think that Quizlet as a whole is going to be a lot more interesting for you. They do have, I think, one for vocab, which, if I remember correctly, if we do flashcard mode, the uh, the flashcard gives us this, um, and so you have like the ability to just read through things and see them a bit in a different uh, in a different light, if that makes sense. Um, but yeah, like that's yeah, this one is it is. The thing is, as always, these things are supposed to be on mobile most of the times, so you load them in like a format that kind of makes more sense. Um, but yeah, like that's the thing that I see that is um, that I mean that makes sense to me. So I don't think mobile first is a plague, but yeah. Um, oh, uh, I'm thinking like, wait, this is not supposed to happen. But again, you see how the thing is going. I do have the ability to go to the next question if I want to. I do have the ability to go back and change my answer if I want to. If I was saying like, oh yeah, I don't know this one, I can skip it, and then it's probably gonna require me to answer it later or something else. I don't know. But it is um more fun because there is the animations, there is the other things. So for that, I would recommend you go to Emil's skills specifically. The skills for design front end is going to help you go through things, and they are pretty good. Emil does have another one that I think is useful in there. So this one is the one that we were on, but they have another one which I obviously can't find, um, which is fine. And then Jakob also has another one in their skills, which contains both of them contains uh, motion. So if you are interested in like motion as a whole, adding some things that could work, that could be very useful. So these two are good skills to use in order to get that to look better. To make the question more fun, you want the question to be straight to the point so that the user doesn't have to think too much uh, in a format like this. You also kind of want to make sure that this is a grid so that it has like four, like a 2-2 situation. because it's going to be easier. And overall, if you get like a Quizlet thing that I just showcased where the card for the current question is there, and if you answer correctly or incorrectly, like as you just meant, you just saw a second ago, I didn't know if I answered anything wrong. Maybe I answered everything right. I have no clue. Maybe I should check that. Uh, but like Otona is the right answer. If I say Kotoba, it doesn't give me any information. It doesn't tell me that I've made a mistake or I've not made a mistake. It just gives me, oh yeah, this is the uh like this is the next question. That's it. So at the end of the quiz, at the end of the 20 questions, I will have my assessment being done that will tell me, oh yeah, uh you did good or you did not good. I don't know. Like that's the thing. But it's not slowing me down while I'm doing the quiz, if that makes any sense. Um so like it's not there to teach me. It's again based on the title being assessment. It's there to assess. So in an assessment test, I want to fly through this so that in about a minute or two, I can have all of my answers and be like, cool. Um, like it's language is not kotoba. Kotoba is word, not um ah. um sure. うん、迷惑じゃない。約束じゃない。um, あ、I forgot that. 10日 ?10 日。um, I don't know in between these two. Take something that is at random. So I did 4 mistakes and 16 correct, so I have 80%. It gives me where I made mistakes, so I can just quickly click on it, get the answers in question. I'm still in the exact same interface. So armor was the correct answer, and I wasn't sure in between two, so I guessed on this one. Here, I didn't know, so I picked one at random, and here, I wasn't sure. So that's the thing. The last one is wrong. Damena is or damena is kind of wrong there. Dame is like kind of. I mean, not good, yes, but also not right. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. I have the explanation, kind of, um, for each of the things. So in an interface like this, you would be able to just say, here are the reason why this is the correct answer and not this. And it would be in the card and it makes sense and everything is in order. But I can really quickly navigate through things. I have my feedbacks. I can go into the nitty-gritty things that you do have at the end and get some information there if necessary. But that's it. Um, um, Yeah, I kind of. It depends. Um, but then again, going back to what we said earlier, it really, to me, it really depends on the type of quizzes that I'm taking. Like if it's these are assessment, um, I think you have another one that feels more like a, a learning quiz. You know what? I think that's the correct assessment uh, from my point of view. God damn it. These would be good for learning quizzes where user go through the data and then at the end of the curriculum process segment of that curriculum, you ask like 4 questions. I forgot. eh, Maybe that's gonna be weird. Um, Duolingo has been introducing a new type of quiz. I don't know if you use the Duolingo, but they have a new type of quiz, which is um, their story mode. And so basically, you end up with a discussion in in between two people most of the times that are explaining a situation and so on. And then after 3 to 4 back and forth in between the two characters that are inside of that discussion, you end up with a question of either that person is supposed to reply and you hear the response and then you need to select exactly the word in the correct order, or it's just like what did happen so far? Like what is the current state of the discussion and what is supposed to be the current state of what that user is supposed to say. So this is a learning quiz in a way where I have process information first and then answer a question based on the processed information. And for you, you could do the same thing because these questions, based on how broad they are and detailed they may be as well, it is easier to have that information like 3 times 2 paragraph about testing practices, and then 2 questions about what you just read, and then 3 more paragraphs of reading, and then 3 questions about what you just read, and so on. So that would make more sense. But um, as you just mentioned, giving a course is like too hard and like too complex. Um, but yeah, the I think the system is fine. It's just you need the interface to make so much more sense and be more fun, which is your initial question. Um, Adding micro interactions, adding sound. There is a ton of sound-based thing. I don't know if I saved. Um, I don't think I saved them. I didn't. um, I think this one is kind of one of them, but this is not the one that I was looking for. Uh, like these things are already like enough to make your interface a bit more interactive and fun and so on. So I don't think it's the hardest thing to do. Um, it's, I mean, based on me adding sounds to my own interfaces, it's not hard at all. It's just like, what's the event and what's the sound? Like you can have like 2 sounds specifically here, like these ones. If that's it. Like if it's positive, it's positive. If it's negative, it's negative, and that's about it. Um, so Like you have error and success on these two. Obviously, you can't hear shit, but uh, yeah, just that would work. Micro animation are kind of the I think the main point for me that would make your life easier. Um, and it's just like again, it's just a matter of saying, yeah, that's a shape when it's a mistake. That's a I don't know, a different thing when it's a success. But yeah, the other thing that I kind of want to showcase, even though kind of different, but still in the same realm, going back to Quizlet, they are doing something similar. If I'm if I'm here and I'm doing the quiz and I'm making a mistake, I'm getting this, first of all, that is stopping me in my tracks of giving me like, oh yeah, you have made a mistake right there. Be careful. And then at the end, I have a feedback on you made a mistake there. Like the correct answer for this character is that thing. It doesn't give me back what I have answered. It just gives me that character is this. That's it. So for you, it would be that question. The answer is that. Nothing else. And maybe a Y button that can be expanded so that the user can learn and have all of the readings that you have already in the quizzes. But other than that, like that's about it. If I don't, um, like if I don't make any mistakes, which I'm gonna try to do, I haven't practiced my hiragana in a long time. Um, it doesn't give me anything. It just tell me, oh, cool, you made a perfect quiz because you were lacking lives. We give you one back, and that's it. But it's not there to kind of stop me in my tracks or anything. It's just like you have two options. You can either go back to the home page or do another quiz, and it doesn't give me the information. I have answers correctly for the entire thing, therefore it makes sense. If I made a mistake, I made a mistake. Like to me, all of that makes a lot of sense because it is what the user wants to do. Um, so, um, I feel like specifically for an assessment, yes. Um, and again, this is me. So take that into consideration as well. This is uh this is how I behave and how I prefer to be when it comes to um quizzes and assessments. I do them as fast as I can because I don't like them. I hate getting tested on things that I already know or on things that I think I know. And therefore I go through that as fast as I can. And once I'm done, I see immediately like, oh, I made a mistake there, there, and there. So I need to focus on these area of knowledge that I don't have apparently, that I thought I had, but I don't, in order to get better into what I'm doing. And because it's an assessment quiz, that makes sense. If it's answer, read why it's the right answer, I'm probably quitting the the quiz right in the middle of the quiz itself because it's like I don't get like I don't want to be bothered. Um, so if my persona of being I don't like quizzes and I don't like to take assessment quizzes works for you, then yeah, I uh, I do that. I'd simplify the quiz to be taken as fast as possible or as like carefree as possible. Like right here, for example, this is the personality test, which is something we talked about before. I would rather have a range and neutral in the center because neutral is important. But still, like if I just randomly, I'm not reading, just so that I can reach the end. Um, that the speed at which I had been able to take the quiz is what I want from my assessment. Obviously, this one is probably the only one that I would take a bit more time in order to figure out the answers. But yeah, I in this, I I'd have to read the question, but I don't want to be stopped. Like I so like it's the assessment thing. I in my head, it's going back to it's an assessment quiz, it's a quiz, it's the same thing that I had when I was in school. I didn't have the teacher tell me that I was answering wrong on the question when I was taking the test in class, for example. Like it's just the quiz happening, it's happening. And then at the end of the quiz, I give it back to the teacher grades it, and in the next class, I'm gonna have it back, and it's gonna tell me, you've made a mistake there, there, there. And, and for my case, it was probably the opposite of you did right there, 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 and then the rest is wrong. But yeah, like I don't have anything that stops me while I'm doing it. If it's something specifically, if it's a multi-choice question where I need to, or multi-answer, multi-choice thing, when I just need to click on something, it should take me like maximum 30 seconds per question, which is the time of reading the question itself and then answering, or reading the question and then the answers and then answering the correct one. Like that's the assessment quiz. If it's read it, read the answers, select an answer, read the reason, that's too long. So yeah, but still, uh, the actual like the actual learning of you need to learn something. Like right now, I have 112 questions. This is crazy. Um, like really, if you have the ability, if you have the option to check Quizlets with your headphones, and you have uh, a topic that you know already, like me, it's here. Uh, like it's really fun to see like the one transforming into the tick, like that is a micro animation that makes sense. It already is giving me like correct answer, wrong answer. Um, if I answer wrong, like Zeta is the correct one, it's gonna tell me that this is wrong. And now I have an ad. uh, but still, like it's a bit of a different system. But it is stopping me when I'm making a mistake, but not stopping me when I'm just moving on and no making no mistakes. So yeah, I don't know. Something about it makes more sense. Micro animations, the design of the cards is easier. The next question is sliding in. I do personally prefer the test, right? Um, I, 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 I like this a lot better because this makes a lot more sense for me. But yeah, have fun at work, enjoy the work day, and we'll see you soon. Stony, I have figured out a way to make it work at some point, and then it didn't work. So, hey, you never know. You never know. Maybe you can have fun at work. It happens. It happens. Um, with you. And Phil's, you said, I know. That's I earlier I saw 91 pulls. God damn it. Uh, did you change the content there? No, you didn't change the content since the last time. Still in the same state, at least for me. Unless, yeah, no, it's the same state. Um, yeah, mine as well. I mean, you've seen that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's hope for the best. Hope for the best is gonna be good. Damn. Indeed. Ah, I see. I had a question, by the way, Stony, because npm run dev doesn't run dev. Like it doesn't wanna do the thing. Is it just because I'm a dumbass and I need a CD into app and that's like um no. That's not the case. Um I don't know. It's the only way that I have right now, and it's really bad to run the app is to run Claude and then have Claude do the thing because it's just so easier. Costs some money, but yeah. Um, I don't think I don't think I know what that means. That doesn't mean anything to me. No. It did work though earlier. Um, I don't know. It's just like it's the console shit that I know. Do we know a site where you can go through names of UI components? Yes. Um, thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, there is one. I have vague memory of is it Brian or Adam that has published it. I think it's Adam. I think it's Adam. Basically, there is a website that we talked about. I don't remember sharing it on Discord, which is kind of sad. I should have, and I don't remember saving it. Um, and it's officially a list of all of the components and their names. So, yep, I had named that UI in my head, and that is exactly what it is. So that thing currently only has 76 components, which is pretty good. But at least you have like proper naming convention for what things are supposed to be named and how they are. So if that's what you were looking for, um, that's a good option. The other thing that you can do is go through design system checklist, which, you know, we go through that often. And just go back through all of the components that are listed in there and be like, oh, in my foundation or in my core components, I have everything that I need to have, and all of the states, all the things. It's less fun because you don't have the visuals with it, but yeah, the main thing that is, at least for me, interesting is that the core components, there is 166 um, compared to what Adam has with 76. But yeah, definitely we're calling. How are you? How's everything? Feels joined and dropped and landed right away, so you might just miss the target, you know. Uh, Kinda, yeah. Um, I wouldn't necessarily say that Apple human guideline interfaces are like the best option, uh, but they are going to be like the recommended naming, uh, and it's pretty easy to remember, so might work. Might work. But yeah, as a refresher, name that UI is the thing that I had in mind, which I think is pretty good. Um, but yeah, who did this? You said medium. I see. Yeah, I think we saw that. The thing that I have is that the logo is very close to another logo that I know. Um, but yeah, god damn, that header animation is so shit. Oh. Oh, this is the truest reaction that I could have had. So you see that animation on the text, on the titles, like everything that I scroll to has that fucking animation. It again, it is the exact same thing as usual, where a designer discover like one animation, they're like, "Oh, that's so good," and then it's everywhere, and it's just like that's the only thing that I can do, and it's so bad. Like, figure out something else, because if you want to really, if you want to animation flex, you need to have like a variation of animation, and I know that they do have the skills to do other things based on that reel that they are showcasing. But every single header being that is crazy. Oh my God. Some of them don't need the animation reveal. Like that's not a thing that is required for, I don't know, making the page look better. It's just like, God dang. Page transition are fun though. Like the main text, yes. The rest of the things in the page, I don't know if that's a necessity. Anyways, so yes, Tony, I achieved this, I think, by pointing the app to the server and not the local server, because having the API endpoint at 5080 is what was the case before, but now that's not the case anymore. It's 5090, so that is kind of somehow broken, and I don't know what it is. Um, but based on what we've done on Monday so far, I think the bigger things like these are good, the inputs are good. These button are a bit big. I don't mind them for the chat, but I do mind them for some of the other pages, um, like commands when you have like these big ass buttons right there. I feel like this should be reduced at least a bit so that it kind of matched this. Um, but yeah, the buttons are huge. That's the point. The toggles are huge as well for the same reason. Um, what? Yeah, header buttons can be reduced for sure. I'll probably gonna go through that and therefore end up with the exact same thing on the chat buttons. Um, no, I have not, because I don't believe this is good for mobile as a tool. I don't. I don't believe a management tool should be used on mobile, specifically at that level when you have that level of capabilities on the channel. Um, I don't think mobile is trustable. So yeah, I would probably just say no mobile whatsoever. But yeah, um, that's true. That's true. But yeah, these buttons are they are kind of big, and the icon in them are not the right size. um, but yeah, I would only change these buttons technically. Like that's the regular buttons are kind of massive, and making them smaller is making more sense. I had a bit of fun with the drop downs though. I changed that so that they are like easier to manage and so that they look better compared to the previous variation. So that's I think is cool. Um, but yeah, damn, that's crazy. um, I haven't gone into any of the settings and setup sections, so I don't know if that makes sense. I guess the only thing that I see right now is just like button sizes. Regular button sizes are massive, and we should take the secondary smaller ones instead. But yeah, if you have an Apple program set to France and you live in Japan, do you still have to pay taxes in France, even though you pay taxes in Japan? Yes, depending on how your things is set up, yes, but no. So for example, for me, my Apple developer account was set in Japan, or has been created in Japan, and therefore it was built as if I was a resident of Japan, which was the case when I started to build it. But then I uh, I moved back to France and I had some issues with it, and so I asked Apple to transfer it back to France. Nonetheless, you pay taxes where you earn the money and where you are spending the money, usually. So if you stay in a country for more than 6 months during the year, then your taxes are linked to that specific country. So at 6 months and one day, if I live in France, then my taxes are in France. If I spend 6 months and one day in Japan, then my taxes are supposed to be like in Japan. Specifically, for me, as a French living in Japan or as a French living in France, I have the benefits of turning on some things that is the I forgot the name exactly, but it's a clause in the Japan-France uh, bilateral agreement on taxes, which means that French residents do not have to pay taxes in Japan if their primary residence is in France. And same thing for Japan. So Japanese residents that comes to France, if their primary residence is in Japan, they don't need to pay taxes in France. Um, this is not as a you avoid paying taxes in France because your home is officially in Japan. It's if you didn't do that, you would have to pay taxes on your income in France and in Japan. So that's the thing. But um, yeah, technically, officially the region is supposed to reflect where you pay taxes. The thing is, when it comes to like France, they are delayed, and so your taxes or tax season is in May, if I remember correctly. Um, so Japan is in January, like in the beginning of the year, and therefore the declaration and so on is happening at two different times. They don't really match up. Um, for example, anything that I would have earned in Japan while staying there officially are French earnings because um, my French residence during the time that I was living in Japan was still France, even though I lived for more than 6 months in Japan. And the only reason for that is because it was a fixed term, 1 year in Japan instead of an indefinite thing. So, for example, when I get a job in Japan and I move back there forever, or at least for as long as I can, this is going to be my new primary residence is going to be in Japan. My address is going to be in Japan, and my work income is going to be from Japan to my Japanese bank account. And that like is the thing. The French business, my own design company, for example, if I keep it and if I keep doing some freelance work, is going to be in France. So it's going to be income that is taxable by the French government because it's a company in France, even though I'm probably going to be able to use the income in question in Japan. So there is a bit of a loophole here that I need to make sure that I figure out before I go back, because I could be targeted with sanctions and fees because I'm earning money from France officially, um, but spending it in Japan and not declaring it as earned in Japan, even though I was living in Japan, but like the company is French, so thing is weird. So I need to figure that out. Other than that, uh, yeah, the region does. Again, I don't know what you're doing on a daily basis, but you're doing things on a daily basis and touching grass and shit. It happens. It happens. Take care of yourself. um, I know. I know. Uh, all right. So, uh, I forgot if this is auto reload. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. So if that goes through, I think this is a pretty good size for the selection. Otherwise, I would have gone with this. I still kind of want them to be like at the same size as segment and control so that they kind of match if they are on the same line. Um, but we'll see if Cloak can figure that out. So yeah, overall, Denny, it's just like your country of residence is that's a massive big red button. Your country of residence is where you are paying taxes. So yeah, the the thing that you have, for example, for you, because your employer is not in the country that you are living in, they are paying taxes for you, kinda, not really, um, in the country that they are, and you are supposed to pay taxes there, but because you are living in another country, this is not where your taxes are going. So there is a bit of a thing that you also need to make sure happen, unless you are hired as a contractor, in which case, um, hired as a contractor means that you are pretty fine. And the taxes is just like in the country in which you are, not in the country in which you are getting paid. So, or in which the money is coming from. Otherwise, I would have probably some things like uh, paying taxes in the UK, paying taxes in Canada for the past few clients that I've had. So that wouldn't have been really good. So yeah, as a freelancer, you have the freedom of saying, well, yeah, I know, I know. It is not that confusing, to be honest. Like there are things that just like it makes sense. Um, I think the easiest thing to remember is usually just uh, you have to pay taxes, yes. Is usually just uh, I live here, I'm getting paid through a company that is here, therefore my taxes are going to be here. I live here, I'm getting paid through a company that is not here, but my taxes are going to be paid here. And that's basically it. And the I live here is as long as the live here is more than 6 months and 1 day, then that counts as I live here. So yeah. Yeah, I think it's you can dumb it down as much as you want to figure things out, but yeah. Um, that doesn't seem to have been re-updated. Yeah, I don't see the changes. I don't see the changes. Um, yeah, like for example, if I work with Lunatica, my taxes are going to be in France because it's going to go through the freelance business. Um, and if I was to move to Japan like tomorrow, my taxes would still be in France because the business is like still in France. So yeah. Um, multilingual in chat. That's interesting. It can reply to other people in other languages. That's pretty nice. Mm. Yeah. Andrew, we're calling. Um, we're pretty good. I'm tired as fuck, but we are pretty good. How are you? How have you been? It's been a bit. It's been a bit. It's been a bit. We are trying to figure things out. Don't work on it. How are you? How's everything? And some things are not working. This is so wrong. This is so wrong. It took that long? Or do you mean you got approved by Lemon Squeezy as in for yourself, not as an affiliate of me? Because the affiliate thing is instant. Officially, I approve all of them almost instantly. So yeah. Um, no, sorry, that was a lot. Yeah, but that makes no sense. Ah, that's bad. That is so bad. Um, yeah, it's better. It's smaller. I don't know if I like this though. Yeah, I'm tempted to just revert that because this is bad. Um, this is bad. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, that's better. That's better. I think that's better for desktop. I probably would have to change some things for mobile based on what you said earlier. But yeah, trying to build a landing page. Have you tried the fucking um, Framer but open source thingy? You know, from last week? Uh, yeah, I think that's the one that I have in my head. Yeah, that one. Did it not work? Genie, work on it. Um, it was very fun. What was very fun? What do you mean? It was very fun. Yeah, no, I mean based on that image alone and that video and that presentation, it looks promising. And have a good time, Stoney, with your house. Um, it looks pretty good. It looks promising. The To be honest, I don't know. Oh yeah, I see. Have I tried the fucking? Yes, yes. That is a clippable thing. I agree with that. I agree with that. Medium is fine. It's just like I don't know if I trust them anymore. I kind of trusted them when they were a component-based library that was available for like Webflow and Framer after the fact, but mostly Webflow. And now that they are like more of a builder, I don't know if I trust them. I don't know. Um, but if it works, I'm fine with it. Um, mm. Well, I mean, based on, again, my lack of knowledge, this is the most important part. Um, and Stony has a lot more knowledge than me. Feels, take your time, have a good shower. um, Cloudflare is free. Cloudflare Pages is gonna be able to host whatever website you want kind of for free, unless you end up with like traffic that is massive. But if you have like your agent do something for you and then you find the UI being good, you can um host things. Like this entire thing is made through Claude at the time and is provided and hosted through Cloudflare so that I have access to the entire thing. Um, but yeah, like so far there is no cost as a monthly thing. So yeah. Um, ah, I see. Then yeah, I guess in static is gonna be the best option for you. Um, I don't think you have any other option, to be honest. That's gonna be the thing that you need because it's just better. Where? I am I am so lost. My brain is so not here anymore. Um, Actually, I have this for you. Um, I don't know if it's good. I just saw that earlier today, but this is it seems to be an SVG pack based on the common video, like ugly ass 3D videos for 3D for workouts. If you, I mean, you know which one I'm talking about. Um, and so it's not like it's not great, but it's better than the videos themselves, and it looks like shit. It looks hand drawn, I think, because it passed all of the videos through an SVG tracing system. Um, but you do have like the movement if you wanted to. So I think it could be interesting to get something that is a bit like have all of the 302 um, exercises just for the gym with a bit of an SVG thing. So you can have like a bit of a rendering that is in the theme and so it looked interesting. That's it. Um, yeah, I think that's the best option. Why am I always closing the page instead of just opening something else? Um, and then we have this, and the other two is different. Uh, Quotio, I don't know. It's we talked about it a while ago, I think, but it's a tab bar menu specifically for Mac. So if you're not on Mac, I don't think it would work. That would automatically switch you from your Codex plan to your Claude plan during the same session. So instead of hitting your limit, if you have like multiple Claude plans or multiple plans on multiple providers, when one of them is hitting the 5 hour limit or something that is related to that plan in question, and it happened during a message, for example, it will automatically switch you into another plan that doesn't have the limit reached. So I think this is interesting. I don't know exactly how it works. I don't know if it's safe to just, connect your things to that. Nonetheless, looks interesting. I saved it. It feels like something that is useful for people that have multiple subscription. So that's the thing. And then Slide V or Slide Dev is an interesting uh, PowerPoint slash slide presentation creation that could be interesting for some of you that don't have the skills for this. So, you know, having a look. They look fine. The main point in there is you can create something that is markdown based and it will generate the slide properly just by having the markdown, which I think is funny. I do hate this though. I choose one. Don't give me two buttons with different corner radius. This makes no sense. But other than that, it's fine. It seems to be interesting. It's very simple. There is a lot of apps like this. We talked about Mark Now um, a while ago, but yeah, that thing. They changed everything. um, no, it's not this one. That's not the habit tracker. Um, damn. Mark Now used to be I guess. Um, it's not timeline. Is it timeline? Roadmap? It's not. God damn it! Every time I'm looking for it, I can't find it. It's annoying. Um, it used to be a tool that is like just for people that don't like roadmaps and Atlassian and other things, and the creator decided to create something that works with like MD files, markdown format, and you can have like a very good interface that was code based for the devs. It was pretty nice. Nonetheless, details, details. But yeah, I have a bit of a memory of I have saved some things for you, Tonton, but I don't know if the memory is true. Um, I mean, it is, but I just don't remember. I think this one was interesting based on just the animation in there. Obviously, right now it doesn't load because the fucking app is not running. But this one was interesting. The other thing, I don't know if you've made some progress on the wave space blending pages and so on. There was this as well that I think is good. Oh, and I didn't talk about this. This is true. um, this one was a fun transition. It's annoying because I know how inaccessible some of these are, but it looks really fun, and I do like the micro interactions and small details that are in there. So, you know, as a reference, always a good thing. Um, this one was just like this feels accurate potential for what you had in mind for some of the background. I don't know if this is really going to be good, specifically if it is like a paid amount of shit, that's gonna piss me off. But, you know, why not? Um, I have enabled something. Crosskeys. Hi, what going? Which obviously doesn't work because the app is not running. Ah! Let me go. Let me go run it. Let me crash the stream for a second. It's gonna be fine. Um, it's gonna be fine. So what I have enabled now is that the in length, what I can do is that if I click on one of thing, it's going to extract the color palette of the image in question. If I figure that like these are not good enough, like I need more, I can extract more colors up to 8. I feel like 8 is a lot, but you know, some of them are going to be like too close together, but maybe I just needed 4. That's similar, and it works on everything. So any video that I'm looking at, for example, is going to extract the colors from most of the video, main colors and so on. So that's pretty neat. And then it works it works in Figma. So if I'm here, for example, and I'm like, oh, I like these 3 colors, I can just copy that and then go inside of Figma and paste it. And then I have these 3 blobs presented. It's pretty cool because I think that's a very nice addition. Useless, but you know, never. This is a me app. This is a me app. God damn it. See? That's what happens. That's what happened when I have these two running at the same time. I'm gonna kill that while Stony is not here. So yeah, this is overall pretty good. There have been some changes and some things that are good, but yeah. Yeah, it's more interesting than that, but yes. Push is just like the characters that you can have. So obviously this is one of the characters that you can have in Unicode and so on. But yeah, I have one that I have saved as butthole, I think. I think if I search on all and I look for butts, yeah. I hmm. Yeah, I don't think so. I wouldn't know. Cat recording. Um, did the changes that I made sense, Cat? Like I again, I know that the second one that I added on the second page is like friendlier and less corporate for the company in question that you are aiming for. Um, but I also feel like it doesn't make any sense for me to use tones in the first page because I would never speak like this, and I would never write a letter. I would never write a letter, but like I would never write a letter that contains these words. So I feel like the second one is a bit better and more me. Uh, uh, but yeah, I feel like that's a better option. So yeah, if that works for you, that works for you. You had the subsection in the center, where you wanted the adjectives and things you said. uh, I kind of didn't put it in because otherwise that would push the letter into 2 pages, and I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. But if it's necessary, we can. If it's really necessary, we can do that. Uh, but I wouldn't be a thing. So cross keys, this is locally running things. This is not running Docker whatsoever. It is just local. The database, if I'm not mistaken, is a basic SQLite container somewhere that pass all of the information. It doesn't pass much, to be honest. We currently only have 13,000 entries in there, and they are only uh, parsing, or the records themselves don't have the images with them or the videos or the thing. Like everything is just uh, Twitter's content. It, yeah, so that's interesting that it's been hard, but yeah, I guess finding the right person has been complicated. Um, but yeah, I kind of wanted to mention this because this is important. Um, these are AI generated, obviously, but uh, it's I I mean I'm pretty impressed by the outputs. Not necessarily this. This feels kind of weird, but this one feels like something that I could have taken a picture of and then watercolor my way through something on the side. Like this is kind of wild. This one is already an AI generated thing, but then they just watercolor their way through things. So yeah, it's I mean, I think we have reached the point where it's like I can't know. I I yeah. I have I have no way to trust that someone has done something anymore unless there is a live stream. Like that would be the only potential where there is a true live stream of the process, and even then I have a feeling that there will be at some point technology that will allow us. But yeah. Um yeah. I mean, the Apple ads have had behind the scenes for a while, I think. So it makes sense, but yes, a lot of people are accusing of AI generation and like all the times just because why not? I think the only thing that I've seen that is like untouched yet is pixel art. Um, but yeah, like look at this. Like it's I I've seen uh I've seen architectural drawings and students, and they had things that are like exactly this, and it's just wild. The whole thing that this one is linked to, um, again, these are the Chinese uh, creators that are just like really good with the image gen. I mean, there's no way. Like I'm just blown away by the fact that I had I had a way to know that's it's gone. I just I just can't. Um, I didn't see that we work really hard cross keys. I do remember the code thing, but yeah. Um, and it's also I mean, the one that I showcased last time, and obviously I don't have uh, Figma open right now, but the sketch of the logos that I generated on the fly on stream through Nano Banana 3, I think Nano Banana 3 was the thing. It already was something that was like kind of blowing me away of um it's impressive, but like these are basically what they are doing, and the like here I can tell that this image has been AI generated because there is the grain, there is something about it that is kind of off. Um, but then they are using these poorly AI generated thing and redrawing them in the sketch fine line thing. And it's wild. They gave the thing that is kind of also pretty wild for me is that this is the prompt. Like this is this is Chinese. So you can double to quadruple the length for English. That's a massive prompt to achieve the result that they have achieved, which are like again very impressive results, specifically for architectural things. I don't know if I trust it as well with like wildlife. Feel like feels kind of off. Um, but for architectural thing, I'm like, that's crazy. That's uh that's a wild thing. So yeah, the inflection point, as you mentioned, yes, but it's I don't know. I don't know what we'll do and how we'll do. Like this one is a bit of a given, for some reason. Like I don't think someone that is taking or making the drawing of this would take the time to go through the letters. Um, but maybe, but still, this is kind of crazy. Um, I I would push back on that last statement just a smidge. Um, I don't think it required that much effort in Photoshop in the past because you have um, Photoshop Actions that have been existing for like the longest time, where you basically change your pictures to be like a drawing and so on. And this was as soon as you had that Photoshop action and that you know how to use it, nothing really was complicated. Like you just obviously it doesn't look the same. I agree, but you just pass the action on top of your image and it's done. So it's I I have a bit of a dilemma in my head right now regarding this because it's like I remember when I was looking for Photoshop action for text specifically because I was doing some logos and we were working on logos for like teams and so on, um, sports teams and so on. Um, and like a lot of these things with the 3D effects, with the metal effect and so on, as soon as we had the actions, which is simply a script, then it was done. And you were done. And you didn't have to do anything. Like this one is uh, you don't have to do shit with it. Like we've done that in Figma as well. It's wild in Figma, it works, but it's crazy, but it works. But as soon as I apply the effect is applied and that's it. Like there is nothing else to do. So the efforts in question, not really. Um, I think the transfer in like how complex something is to do nowadays is just in Photoshop Action, even if you do the exact same thing. In a Photoshop Action, you still have access to the original image, and you kind of know that the original image and or the original illustration is coming from you or for something that you know. In AI generated, you don't have access to that image, so you can't really create and then tweak. Yeah, so going back to the collaging and so on, you can't really take that image and say, "Oh, cool, let me just reformat that. Let me move that person there. Let me reapply the effect on top." You would need to just reuse the AI to regenerate a full image instead of just editing things one by one. I know that Rev is allowing me to select things, nitpick, and say, move this thing to the right or regenerate that specific magazine cover or something. But overall, it is still like once generated, it's generated, but you don't have the source material. Whereas the actions are mostly things that you have um, the the initial things for. So I have like on on my drive, I have like a ton of these, and this is also one of the reasons why I have so many fonts. Because anytime that you download one of these, you get the font for free most of the time. Um, and it only works if you have the font that works with it. That makes sense. But if like it's another font, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to have. So, you know. But yeah, like I have so many of these, I have played with so many of these. Like these two are the exact same thing. They are the same person, by the way, but like they are the same thing with a different color. So it doesn't really matter. Um, but that's to me, that's my thing. So that dilemma in my head is like I do remember that the watercolor Photoshop action was a thing, and we used to be able to just transform something into watercolor like picture, and obviously didn't look as good as these because these are really, really impressive. But it's basically the same thing in the output, in the input, not at all. But in the output, it's basically the same thing. So I don't know. I have a feeling that the direction in which we are going with this, specifically with image generation, is kinda. I think we've reached the point where no one is ever going to be able to tell if something has been hand-drawn or not, AI generated or not. Um, if it's a static image, I don't think so. If it's a video, maybe, probably. But if it's a static image, I don't know. Like this. This one is wild again. Like it's the fabric is wild, the pleats are wild, the faces are wild, the hair. I don't know. I don't know. Nonetheless, I've seen this and I kind of wanted to talk about it for a split second because it is pretty interesting. Just take a look and tell me if something is jumping out to you. To me, there is something that jumped out almost instantly, but yeah. Um, just send them a text and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Um, so my my main point here is that obviously this looks like a calendar, right? Uh, I would not put every single appointment that I have at the same time on the same day. I I I I it would never happen. Um, I I think the visuals are very cute. I think the glass effect is nice and so on. But if you have tasks and meetings and travel to do on the same day at the same time, uh, I don't think you're gonna be able to do so. I don't think you're gonna be able to do so. But visually speaking, it's pretty cool. I feel like the explosion of things is nice, but it's also like a lot of pain in the ass because right now I don't know exactly what is where, and it's just off. Nonetheless, it's fun. It looks interesting. It visually looks cool. So yeah, going back to the drawing and shit. P5JS and now P5 Brush is available, which is shader-based brush textures uh, through shaders. And I think they've done a very, very good job. So this is not AI generated, again, that's cool. But if you wanted to create some things on your website that looks more hand-drawn, then P5.brush is pretty good. I mean that output like that. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I should have sent you this. No, no. Um, no, I mean, it's coming from a designer. Enter is fine. I would have used Enter. Um, you could use Helvetica if you have access to it. Helvetica is good. Um, you could use Lato if you wanted to. Lato. That could work. But I think Intel is really good. I would recommend you use Intel instead of not using Intel. I think it's a nice font. Um, I mean, if again, I'm supposed to export it as a PDF and then send it to you. So, that's gonna happen. I'm probably gonna enter this shit still. So use Intel. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I need a drink. 1 second. 1 second. Did you have fun, Sony? Was it nice? No, I will sign it. I'll sign it through my iPad, which is the way I sign shit, which is not legally binding, but it works. Um, uh, but yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. I think what I need to do specifically is not now, not for that letter specifically, but like in the future. I need to scan my signature and then create a brush out of it. It's probably gonna need to happen. We need to talk about this one though, because it made me laugh. Uh, yeah, I should do the same, but I also don't care that much. I almost vectorized my signature so that I can put it wherever. But yeah. So that sentence of I finally cracked front-end design with AI without using any skill, it kind of made me laugh because, well, it's not bad, but I don't know if this is the front-end design that they've done or if that's the front-end design that they've done. I don't know. This looks very much like the FigJam interface already. So maybe it's a screenshot. I have no clue. But basically what they are saying in here is just you don't need to have a skill. You need to point your agents toward the things that are basically skills. Like BUI as a skill, beautiful UI.dev as a skill, Rare UI has a skill. Like they have things in the LLM reading in the metadata things of the website that is basically meant to help LLMs to figure out like, oh yeah, that skill exists, let's use that. So it's kind of funny to me that they have done that, and it's just yeah, I don't know. Like the mobbing MCP is also basically a skill, so yeah. Um oh, but Kat, before you go, because that's important. Um and I know we talked about it before. I know we did, but still, it's also an what's the word? A recommendation that I give myself. So maybe listen to that as well. I don't know. But when you are doing the interview, if you are doing the interview, when they're asking question, be enthusiastic, have a tone of voice that is positive, use the same words, but like just body language, excitements. Even if it's fake, I know it pisses me off. I don't like it, but I'm still doing it. We are kind of trained to do that on stream, so that's the thing that we know how to potentially just trigger on and off, and I would recommend you to do so. But yeah, um, be be excited by anything. Like when you are trying to answer a question from the hiring manager, just make it look like you want or you have some information that is exciting about the subject. Anyway, this is a side note. Um, I do like it. It's also like not that expensive. Uh, Overall, like $120 for everything that you get, including the MCP and so on, is pretty cheap. But as always, the only thing that I don't like about Mobin specifically is the fact that it's very much Western coded and you don't really have access to any other things. So I would recommend you get UI Pockets, which is basically Mobin, but for Asia, mostly Japan. And obviously, I am you know, using that. UI Notes is a bit of a different thing, Chinese, but similar ID. They don't necessarily have the MCP that Mobin has, but it's still really good. And I don't remember if Magnet is. No, that's not the one. That is not the one. Really, it's just doing some good stuff. And this one is another one that is. You need an ad blocker for this. Otherwise, it's not good. But yeah, same ID, same concepts and content. Mostly for like Korean. So highly recommend these instead of Mobin if you don't have the option. But yeah. I know I have another one, but right now I don't remember. I don't remember. Yeah, 21st Dev is shit. It's not. It's pretty good. But yeah, no. That's not it. And that's not it. Yeah, this is not gonna help. I think the best for me is UI Pocket because it's just like it's Mobin, but without all of the other things, and you get access to most of the content. You kind of need an account. Not gonna lie, this is very much the copy paste of what Mobin is, but you get access to everything, and we like it. We like it. It's fun. It is fun. I personally, I do like to get like some different cultures slash countries slash languages apps as references because it gives me a lot more to think about when I'm trying to put things in place. And obviously, it's not obvious. The Chinese and Japanese, not necessarily the Korean, but Chinese and Japanese have somehow a big advantage. I think I saved, not I think, I know I saved a very specific post about that, which is this. This is not something that can happen on a Westerner uh, UI. This is not something that I would be able to do. The fact that a single character in kanji is going to be aligned with the same size as the icons is the type of thing that would ensure alignment in most of your interface, because they can do that. As for us, if you have a word that starts with a W or a word that starts with an I, your starting point is not going to be in the right space exactly to make things look alike. So that's a big, big advantage that the Asian languages have over some of the other things. When I'm looking at this, I do see the misalignment here and there, and that pisses me off. But that's just me. Um, it might just be the screenshot in question and the guide not being in the exact same space, but still, like that misalignment is not good. Not good for me. Not good for me. But yeah, no, that's it's a huge benefit that we don't have as Westerners. So that's also a thing to keep in mind when you're building things. But yeah. Stony, where you at on the to-do list on NUMS? Because I feel like it makes no sense for me to work on that if um if you're not kind of done. Oh my god. I asked you where you at on the to-do list of NUMS. Like what's left to do? Are there things left? I mean, there are things left to do, obviously, but like, how much? I don't remember if this one is their own website or if it's something else. Yeah. That's the other one. Denny, if you are lurking from far away, still, this one is similar to Name That UI. It has a ton of like components and other things that will have a name. You have the ability to get it in English so that you can just read everything instead of being in Japanese. But it is similar and it gives you access to things that make sense and presentation that makes sense and so on. So it is pretty neat. If you want to do that, they have the vibe coding dictionary, which is interesting. For what you need to ask in order to get the model to do the thing that you want to do. So, you know, it's fun. It's things needs to be properly thought out in how users can make custom behavior like that no need to thing, but as puzzle pieces that we were thinking about. Yeah. Let's see if now that you are not stinky, you're gonna land. Feels. That's the question. I mean, if you miss the target, then the prophecy is broken. But if you land, I mean, I don't know. Damn, that was so close. That was so close. Stony, congrats on missing it by a hair. I think I'm gonna join you, Stony. I think that's where I am. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not on the target. Yep. Goddamn. Goddamn. At least we can have a chat. That's cool. Well, the prophecy is broken. You don't land when you are not stinky anymore. That's no good. That's no good. Right, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? Um, we never know. We never know. You need to try. You need to try. Maybe that target is not the right one. Just wait a bit until it disappears and then come back. Try to land again. Maybe it works. Maybe it works this time. I had something in my head and then obviously it went away. I think we got something, Stony. I think that makes sense. People are seeing the similarities with the pomegranates. Pomegranates. So yeah, I like it. I like it. Are you done with this, by the way? Like, was this just a one-shot thingy where you were like, well, I have a pretty good navigation system already, and therefore we're good? Um, I see. Damn. Well, damn. Maybe I'm not gonna be able to. The only thing that I have right now is one of the mini PCs that I've been talking about. Um, that doesn't have a lot of storage anyways, so that thing that we can't really talk about for reasons would basically need at least one of these in order to store stuff. So, yeah, goddamn. You know, this is cheap, but there is nothing in stock. It's out of stock. Everything is out of stock. God damn, I didn't see that. But yeah, thank you. I'll take a look if I put myself a server at some point. I doubt, but we never know. What is Arrows? Arrows is Stony's latest, I guess, project, which is a better browser for TV, mostly, that provide true D-pad slash arrows navigation, and yeah. Uh, no. Let me let me show you. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can show you. I can't show you. God damn it. I mean, I can, but like not there. It's going to be. It's going to be somewhere around. I'm looking at my gallery from so far away. This is really a bad idea. I can't see shit. Um, the question is, when did I buy this thing? And when did I take a picture of it? I should zoom in. That's what I should do. No, I got it. Ah, that's the thing. So I can't really put a hard drive in it. I could I could probably put an SSD in it. But an external hard drive, maybe. I don't think the USB on the sides are good enough for like data transfers and so on. So that's why I'm more looking for like internal SSD, small sizes and so on. And the T5, for example, I just know that these ones are enclosures. So if I just open them inside, there is just the SSD as the NVMe small size. And yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you think it should be USB 3 because of the blue. I know. I don't trust it. But yeah, it could. Also, the other thing is I don't really have the space. I have other things that are going to be more complex. Um, when I'm saying I don't really have the space, I'm not saying I don't have the space to store an SSD because the SSD doesn't take any SSD and or hard drive. That doesn't take a lot of space. I need specific things, and said specific things are going to be depending or dependent on things that I don't have yet. I am staying so vague for many reasons. Um, but yeah, things that I don't have yet. I'm gonna keep it at that. Keep it at that. Um, well, maybe it will happen. I guess what I'm saying is that it won't happen right now. That's that is the truth. That is the truth. Ah, um, I also don't have. This is going to break the stream, so in order to not break the stream, I'm going to just do that, and then open this right there. I'm going to turn into a slideshow. Just, just you wait. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's just loading things somehow. Figma is just breaking shit. What did I say? What did I say? This is not supposed to happen. Figma is not supposed to break the stream that much. Like that that's not viable. That is not viable. All right, so if we if we decide to change this, because that was kind of the idea in the first place, we're currently at 60 in height. If we removed that down to the closest lowest, um, by getting 16 instead, so it would end up at 56. That could work. I feel like 12 could be an option that gives us like a 48 button sizes, which is fine. Um, and then on the sides, we could have target content, and kind of based on the fact that we have the icons, we kind of need them to be at 12. The only thing that I'm unsure about is the small one. My debate here is that potentially, because I want this to be kind of fun, 24 is better. It's doubled. This one is fitting within the input, so it doesn't really matter what size it is and how it looks. This, however, I think I'm gonna do that. I don't know if that's gonna work. I don't know if that's gonna work. Mhm. I should have pulled. That's what I should have done. Even if it's already up to date, just as a security thing. Stony is pushing too much. So this would reduce the button sizes by a lot. I don't know if that makes sense. We'll see if it goes through. This one is now broken, I think, because we closed Z. Yep. And then you said run start.sh is all I have to do. But I need to CD in the right thing. No. I do? No. Do I need the npm run start.sh or is just run? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. Oh, just start.sh. I see. I guess not. Ah, the beauty of macOS. It doesn't it doesn't work. No, our path forward slash. I don't think backslash would work. Maybe. Nope. Ah, yeah. That's because I don't have the .NET thing. I don't have the server runnable on my machine, and I did that on purpose. Right now, it only works through pointing um, to the live servers, and the .NET is not. I'm not running that. That's basically it. But yeah, not a dev at all. Indeed, you can see that right now, which is kind of funny because I have just applied for a senior design engineer position. I have the senior design, but not the engineering part. That is not in there yet. Damn. Sorry, the delay on my end was crazy. The phone is just like such a delayed thing. Is that less delayed? It is less delayed. I'm still missing the target. That doesn't change. That doesn't change. God damn it. Um, Officially, right? Officially, based on what I have uh, in my head, not much, but like based on what I have in my head, this is roughly going to give me the latest version because you are deploying every time that you are pushing something, if I'm not mistaken. So that is pretty good in live format. I just have like the big ass buttons and so on, obviously not updated, but we need it in web version so that I can run and see things. That makes sense. Should make sense. And I know I had the command to run it a bit ago, and now I don't know. Now I don't know. Like that's supposed to run, but that's yeah. From 60 to 48 is it feels wrong. See why I hate Kotlin? The amount of complexity just for that. That's not true. And then right here, it seems like the highlighter doesn't really work. Um, like my code highlighting, the syntax is not good. So I don't really know or have the ability to read things. So if it was like again, if it was a thing where I needed to um, work with cursor, I would now do that differently. But like in the past, I would have had cursor open with this and then Android Studio open so that it has the proper highlighting with the exact same thing. This is bad move. Nowadays, I'd probably just open the terminal in Android Studio and work with that. But yeah, but like same thing here. I don't have any good thing. Like there is not a single thing that makes sense here for me to read as a, oh yeah, we've changed this, and that is exactly what um makes sense. Like for example, the only thing that has changed is that 48 dp at the top. So if I figured that it needs to be 54 instead, then I know that I can change that here, but this doesn't make any fucking sense. Uh, so yeah, I don't know. I really have a hard time with these things. Um, specifically got me. And again. Yep. See, Sturdy, that's my issue. I don't since you changed on Monday the the port to 590, not you, but like you had a bit of a change. Um Now I can't fucking log in. Because 590 is not, or 5090 is not, I think that's my guess, is not the port that is used in Twitch as the test thing. The localhost port that you have given is probably 5080, which is the older one. And now that you have changed it, it's not available. And therefore I'm getting some issues. And welcome on, Ethan. I don't like Webflow. I do much more prefer Framer because of how easier the UI is compared to Webflow. Webflow is like, I've said that many times and it's kind of true-ish. Um, the little amount of coding understanding that I have was too much for working in Webflow. The amount of abstraction and the amount of things that they want to do that is so close to code, but isn't working like code, was just like not working for me and has never worked. In the sense that if you wanted to do something in Webflow, you need to click on 3 things, whereas in code, you just have to say, I don't know, alignment center, for example, or justify center, and it's done. Um, and Framer is just like it has a lot of a higher level abstraction, and therefore you have like more stuff. Have a good rest of your day, Hills. Happy 420 to you too. Take care at work, and we'll see you soon. But yeah, um, 2D live server. Oh, by the way, um, this is a thing that I've noticed. I don't know if it's true. This is just an observation on my end. Um, Chris, come on in. If you have noticed that if you are using Claude, for example, it's taking a lot longer to respond to a text, like message and so on. If you add an image, somehow it's instant. Like right now, sometimes I've seen the initial like warm up thinking taking 3 to 5 minutes sometimes, but when I have like some sort of an image screenshot of something, it just instantly go through, and then I'm done. So that's impressive. Good. Uh, that makes sense. That's running right now. We have this. These buttons feels okay, but not good. Um, yeah, I know. It told me the exact same thing. Um, you see, I always was a proponent. That's a word that I don't see often. Of specialized tools that have a clear focus. If it is UI, Figma, Vectorworks, like a logo and Adobe Illustrator, not really. I mean, not for me anymore. Um, if it is dev work, then good old VS Code. Never enjoyed a tool that tried to do a little bit of everything. Linked, not bloated. Yes. Um, the thing is with uh, Framer specifically now, they have done a very, very good job at integrating the things that allow designers to stay in one place. Like the reason why Figma is working and has been like popular and so on is mostly because, uh, well, they can do a lot of things. And so, with that in mind, um, you end up with you're on Figma, you do your thing in Vector, and then you go into Figma site now so that you can deploy and publish and so on. And if you want to code the thing, you can go into Figma Make, and then it will generate the code so that you can have fun with that and then publish it with sites and whatever. Um, so they've done that, and they have basically aggregated a lot of the tools that the designers could use into one single place. And Framer started as a you can extract from Figma and then create your website and then publish your website and then you're done. And then they said a lot of the designers that are using Framer are requesting us to be able to create icons directly inside of Framer, or at least edit the icons that they have. Like if you have SVG files, being able to just edit that so that you can play with them. So they did this first, and then I think 3 to 4 months later, they announced that they had a new view that was the design view. So you can switch in between your design view, which is basically Figma, and then once you're done, you can publish any of the frames directly as a website because it's directly inside of Framer. So they've done that. It's pretty good. And then lately they have added the AI agents links. So you can have your AI agents to do the work for you, or do some of the tedious work for you that you don't want to do, like renaming things, reorganizing a spacing that you wanted to change, and so on. All of that is feasible, and it's basically ensure that the designer or the person that is using the tool is staying on that tool and never leaving the tool. So people were usually doing Figma, Framer, Framer, Figma, Figma, Framer, and so on. So now they can do either just Figma or either just Framer, and that makes sense. Um, but that's like, I agree with you that now with all of these new features and additions, it is more bloat than anything, and there is a ton of features that I have never used, as I have showcased like almost all the times. The dev mode, I use it to link thing to AI agents, so it's absolutely useless. The motion tab is useful at times, but not most of the times. The design tabs is the thing that we use the most. And then the draw tabs, I'm only using it to do one thing, and that one thing is always the same. Is I'm here, I have an element, I go on draw, I click on that button, and then from that button I just go back to regular design because that thing goes through, and I can then still have fun with that rotation option, and create things that are more interesting. Whatever. Like this is the only thing that I'm using Figma Draw for. But then there is all of these other things, um, like this is not how it's supposed to work. Like the Figma Design, FigJam, Figma Slide, Figma Make, Figma Buzz, and Figma Site, like all of these, I usually don't touch them. FigJam is the thing that I use to get arrows. Figma Slide, I use it when I need a presentation, but I don't want to do a presentation. Figma Make, I don't touch it much. Figma Buzz, I have opened it once when it came out, and then I never touched it again. And Figma Site is just, I haven't touched it since a month after launch, and the output was really bad. So overall, a lot of bloat, and I agree with that. I that shouldn't be the case. So yeah. The other thing that is also pretty true. Sorry, I just saw something that is really bad. Why is you so tiny? You look so small. You look so small. Um, Compared to these, is it just because of the border? I guess it is because they are the same size, but like, God dang. Um, the thing that happened for me specifically is that I started using Figma a lot more, and because my previous tool, I was doing everything in it, I started to do everything in Figma, and then I was doing everything in Figma, and now I do everything in Figma, and then I'm currently switching to Cloud Code and Codex and the other things because it's just faster and it gives me some better outputs as a whole. Like as a prototyping things, it's like so much better. Therefore, I'm doing mostly everything in Codex, and you know, like I need to create. I mean, Codex, Cloud Code, and so on. I need to create a PDF. I'm gonna basically create a web view that is exportable as a PDF instead of creating something in Figma and exporting it as a PDF, just because it makes more sense, or mainly because it is easier on everything. Like creating a PDF inside of Figma is cool, and I have a lot more control on the visuals of what it is, but then the output is not AI possible. For example, the PDF that is generated is not as good. The some of the text is broken into multiple pieces that makes no sense. And if you wanted to make that go through an OCR and an AI like reading tool, it wouldn't pass the PDF properly. So doing that in the web ensure that the thing is still going to be readable and that it can potentially have some metadata that is easier for AI to be read. So all of that is like I'm usually most of the days a one tool type of person. Like when I started, I was doing 99% of my shit in Photoshop because it was easier. And then in one of the agency that I worked on, the dev said we should use Illustrator instead because it's vector based. And I said, you know what? Why not? And then I moved to Illustrator and I did everything in Illustrator. So anytime I have a PDF to do, it was in Illustrator and so on. And then I moved to another company and they said Sketch is the thing that we're using here. We have stopped using Illustrator a long time ago, so now we are just using Sketch. And I moved to Sketch and I did everything in Sketch. Same thing. Like it's just I don't want to. This is I guess this is a very designer thing to do, but I don't want to move from where I'm currently at. Like if my tool of choice is my tool of choice for the design part, I want to stay there as much as I can because otherwise switching screen or switching software is just a pain in the ass. So if I have to do this, like just then, I know it's crazy. It's too much. And I would rather not. I would rather be able to do everything that I want to do in one place and not have to change. So for example, here, I do 99% of my checking and the code and so on inside of cursor slash VS Code slash Z. And when I need the preview, I go into the browser because that makes a lot more sense. But like, that's it. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a designer thing. It probably is. It probably is. Um, I just want the things to be like centralized and in one place and be good. Like, yeah. Ah, that's what we need. Um, maybe, maybe that's true. I don't know. Um, that might be a bit of the sentiment, yeah. Um, where if you are in a creative flow, you want to stay in the tools that I mean, for creative people, when you have the creative flow going, you want to not be in a hurdle of something. Like everything needs to flow, and so staying in the same spot and staying in the same like environment to do things is gonna help and make things easier for everyone, including myself. So yeah, um, something like a design. Yeah. um, yeah. I mean, you probably seen. I don't know if you've been here long enough. I haven't showed it in a long time. This is this is the truth. Uh, this is Figma. So the granular stuff is feasible. Uh, that's uh, that's a Figma file as well. Very simple Figma file, but that's a Figma file as well. So it's to me, you can do whatever you want in Figma as long as you know how, specifically for vector, as long as you know exactly what to do and how to do it, there's there's no issue. The good thing is that skill that I do have of realisticness within the the vector editor, this is something that translate in any tools that have the pen tool and vectors. So I can do this in any format. Like these ones are made in Sketch. I used to do that in Sketch. Now I do that in Figma. It's the same thing for me. So all of that is like, it's pretty simple, and it's the type of vector editing that you can do. I wouldn't say that the Figma vectors are simpler, but they are not the like most complex nodes things. There are some details that would require some more work for sure, but there are things that, for example, Illustrator doesn't do, or at least as far as I remember, it's been a while. Vector nodes in Illustrator is not necessarily a thing anymore. So I do prefer, like, sometimes a bit of a vector node for some stuff. So, you know. Yeah. Like when I'm doing these warm-ups and things, where mostly my goal is to ensure that I have, or I'm using the least amount of layers. Like that's always the fun part. This is not like, this is not necessary. Yeah. There's also like a lot of things that I discovered after a while, but not not because Figma told me. Like that's the wildest things for me. It's like I learned the thing that I needed to learn because I saw someone do the thing that I was trying to do on Twitter. And they said, "Oh yeah, you can do that if you want to." And I wasn't aware. God dang. So yeah. But then again, if you are like more confident and comfortable within your own dedicated tool, yeah, of course. You should use the tools. Like the thing that I say every time is that the the tools means nothing. The tools are useless, and you should use the tools in which you are confident in and in which you can do the work. If that tool is Excel, if that tool is PowerPoint, and you are able to do everything that you can do and everything that you need to do for the job in question inside of PowerPoint, and your company is fine with it, use PowerPoint. I don't care. It's if that's a tool that works for you, that works for you. The goal at the end of the day is always the same. It's just like you have a job to do, and the job is design related, for example. Whatever tools that works. If it works, it works. That's about it. So. Interesting. Yeah. You know what? I don't know about that. I think pen and paper are good, mostly for sketching, and they are necessary at times. Like I have my sketchbook on my desk. Most of the times I have my pens just above, so that I can just, when in need, to sketch something really quickly, I can do that. It's way faster than any tools, that is for sure. And if I had a Wacom tablet, which I used to, I would sketch inside of whatever tools I had. So at the time, I was sketching inside of Photoshop because that was what I had when I had a Wacom tablet. So yeah, I did pull, but I can pull again. um, I also see this. Um, did the last pull add some shit? Yeah, it did. I bring it back. Um, yeah, I uh, I used to not have like not understand the designers that were using anything other than the pen of a Wacom to do the design because it felt natural for me. And then um, and at some point I stopped, and now it makes no sense because it's not reliable. Like you can't be as precise as a mouse to click on something. So yeah, um, I used to dream of a Cintiq all the time. It's just it's part of the thing. I don't think I can show you who was my DeviantArt um yeah, for tedious reasons. You can't I can't show you this. I can't show you this. um but yeah, that guy specifically was on my feed most of the times, have been doing a lot of very good um tutorials and other things for on DeviantArt specifically, which I thought were really good. I learned a lot on drawing and illustrations from him, and I know that I have some of the thing that I draw to this day are still like kind of in the same uh, style, kind of, not really. Um, but yeah, it's just ass. I ass and titties. That's no questions. It's just I just I can't show you this. Safety first. But yeah, like this guy one time basically got a Cintiq. Um, was one of his goals as well, and yeah, and then he got it, and I was envious and jealous, obviously, but I'm nowhere near the quality of his drawings, obviously. So yeah. Um, the goblins score, which is the uh, this one is, you know, This one is a very renowned school for illustration, game development, and digital art and so on. My school is right there. So I went there, and they were right here, and my flat was uh, right around here. So exactly there. Uh, so I I've been attempting to get there. I think if I had been accepted in that school, I probably would have had like a very different trajectory in my design career and so on. But I was around here, and it was higher. Like this is a slope. This goes down, so this is like the lower class. That's not true. But yeah, no, we still had like a lot of things that we worked together within the two schools. So, eh. But yeah, no, I know that school very well. Um, this one though was nice-ish. Uh, Again, this is where I taught things to the teachers because I had more knowledge than them on Adobe stuff. And I said, okay, that's not worth the price. Like there is no way that I'm gonna stay there for 3 years if I'm teaching you shit. That's there's no way. So I stayed 1 year and then I fucked off. My ex though stayed there for the 3 years, and they passed with a very high level validations, grading things. I forgot. I don't know exactly how it goes in translation in English, but still, they did a very good job. Um, yeah. I think right now I'm using my iPad most of the times when I need to do some quick illustrations and sketches and so on, but it's not as good. Wacom used to be like so much better and so much more renowned than what they are now. I feel like the iPad kind of killed it. Um, as soon as the iPad got the pen, I think it just disappeared. Um, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, so I know that there was like this whole thing of um shit, I need to do that. um yeah, this whole thing of like figuring out what OX Alpha, who is the provider, and so on. And I don't, yeah, I don't care. I I think we talked about that last week where someone had a tweet that said, um, soon will be like a token is a token, and we wouldn't care where it's coming from. And I think I'm already in that state of like the quality of the models is roughly equivalent, and I don't really give a shit if it's coming from Codex or Anthropic or GLM or Kimi. Like it's just as long as the work done is good and that the output is good and the price is cheap, or at least like cheaper than some others, then I'm good with it. So I was expecting OX Alpha to be like ZAI or Grok with a Q potentially, but no, it's GLM. So you know, eh. uh, Does that make sense? Can I do that? Can I extract that? Put that somewhere. Oh, see that? Um, I do remember that brand. um, yep. Yeah, there is the paper-like screen protector thing that is giving you like the paper feel. The thing is the iPad pen is too smooth, kind of, and therefore it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to play with. I still did have like a pretty good time with the illustration things, but it's also like really, I mean, I'm not good at it. I'm not practicing on a daily basis, so obviously my skills are diminishing on a daily basis. Um, but I mean, as I've mentioned, I bought the iPad in the first place in 2017, 2018, I think 2018. Um, and I say, um, and I bought it for sketching and wireframing for design jobs and so on. And since then, it's been the best Netflix device that I have on my house. Like it's just I don't use it for anything else. Like I just watch movie in bed with it. Like it's there for that. I used it on like in Japan as a secondary screen because that is pretty useful to have like sidecar and being able to just have the chat like underneath the camera and so on. But it is like it's an overpriced second screen and movie watching things. Like I don't I'm still buying like the upgrades because I know that I do like to open Procreate from time to time and do some things and some sketchings and having some of that done. But yeah, it's uh it's really just Disney Plus and Netflix right now. So not really good. Um mm, yeah, that that seems like the correct usage. um I think let me see if I can have this because it's overall pretty like system component update. Uh, Yeah, I think these ones are pretty useful. I know you can't see the screen in question, but like, yeah, and since I changed iPad in the middle as well, um, I just lost like I lost access to some of the things where What the fuck do you mean? Cool. So, for example, like in the past few days, I've been doing some project reviews, for example, here, where basically what happened is just this. I have folders specific to features in question, and I'm just taking notes on what needs to happen on that screen specifically. So ensuring that I have like proper annotation is extremely useful, but that's it. Like that's roughly the only thing that I'm using the iPad for. And if you go on to the other thing that I do have this thing that we talked about before, which is my potential, not really, but kind of potential um, gifted sub alert, which we used at some point, but it is based on the Arcane um, season 2 fight. So I just basically recreated that explosion shot thingy. I think it's pretty fun, and it is nice to have like basically in the projection starting point. I put it the user profile picture so that it worked. It made sense. But that's it. The other thing that I have is that I was thinking about reorganizing like some shit in my flat when it comes to like the layout of things and thinking about what I could do. But that's it. Like it's just, it's like I was just thinking about stuff and it didn't work out as much as I wanted it to work out. I had something we talked about that we did that on stream at some point. Larkin was asking a question about like drawing and how to do stuff, and I had to do some things like really quickly. And then I basically just have that. Like that's the only thing that is in there that absolutely makes sense. This thing is interesting, but that's it. Um, I don't think we have anything that makes so much sense. Like these things are fun, but that's it. So yeah, Procreate is great. I think it's a great tool. I think it's really useful, and it makes my life easier when it comes to annotation and ensuring that I have like exactly what I need to have regarding the project that I'm working on. But that's about it. That's about it. I don't think I care. uh, I don't think I care. Let me see if I can just do that and export everything as SVGs. No background. And drop that into Numb's bot app. Yeah. um, you know what? Um, I guess. Well, this is working. I'm gonna pee. 1 second. Going back to what we were saying, and I agree with you, Ethan, in the sense that if you have like some sort of a proper traditional art thing in your upbringing, like in your learning path, you would have like some sort of a bias toward these types of tools of like pen and paper makes more sense. On top of that, if you want digital, then a Cintiq slash tablet is going to be way more usual, like useful than not. Um, that is, I mean, it makes sense. I agree with it. um, I do think that like having your dedicated tools makes also a lot of sense when you have, again, the skills in that tool. Like right now, I am more willing to go
Canamartius just
into.
resubscribed for 46 months. AAOA yes.
Okay, welcome on in, welcome back. Thanks a lot for the resub. Appreciate it. 46 is crazy. That's all I'm gonna say. In 2 months, that's gonna be almost a year. That goddamn. Almost a year times 4. Holy shit. Goddamn. Goddamn. Why did app icon things got touched? Like that makes no sense. Yeah. Why touch app icon? Why are you touching app icon.kt? It's just, that is not um I appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's been a bit. It's been a bit indeed. Um, what I was saying. Oh yeah, tools. Dedicated tools. I do agree with dedicated tools. If you have the skills, it makes a lot of sense. If you don't have the skills and you force yourself to go into like one dedicated tool because that's what people are telling you, then that makes no sense. And as I was about to say, is that like I am more willing to go back to After Effects because that's why I learned what I learned in school, and I haven't found anything that is to the same level of capability than After Effects for motion and video editing. The thing is, After Effects is not meant for video editing, it's meant for effect. And I have had the tendency of just doing everything in After Effects because Premiere was a pain in the ass. And therefore I would just rather be in After Effects because it's easier because it's what I know. So I would love to find like a tool where I feel at home and it feels okay and it feels correct rather than trying to be forced into something else. But like right now, I've tried Fable, I tried Jiro. There is so many other things that have come up for motion design and for video editing that I'm like, the easiest so far is Descript, but Descript is so expensive that I don't want to use it. It's like, I think 20 to 30 bucks a month at my level. So, yeah. Um, Hugo, come on in. How are you? Are you gonna land? God damn it. Fuck you. Holy shit. Congrats. You can back it up. You can back it up. That's it. That's it. You won. Nothing else to say. God dang. Phils did the exact same thing today. Basically just coming in, dropping, and then landing. It's pretty impressive. So the only one that didn't do that today is Dapshi, so that's pretty. We're pretty happy with that. um, this was supposed to get a hot reload. It kinda did, but not really. Um, mm, oh damn! I see the numbers. That's we have 3 left, and it's gonna be pretty impressive. Damn, damn. Specifically because it doesn't count them properly. So yeah, that's what I asked for. By the way, Chifazo, you dropped in and then you disappeared. How are you? How was your day? How's the week? Because you haven't been here in a week. God damn, that was close. I saw you scrape the target. So the mapping is supposed to be done mainly for the navigation system. Um, I guess for this, that might not necessarily work, but we also have changed some of this content. So yeah. Uh, no, Professor just dropped in, sent a message, and then I heard nothing back. So yeah, you're exhausted. I see. Well, you can just relax. Relaxing is an option. Um, I see. Yeah. So I can understand the exhaustion, uh, specifically if it's been a bit. I get it. I get it. Um, yeah. I'm happy you're here today, and there is no obligation on being here. So, you know, take the time you need, do the thing that you need to do. But it's always nice to have you here. But yeah, I'm pretty good. I've been working on too many things. uh, basically, what started is I I just had an ID, and I and then I did the thing, and then it worked. And I don't. This is not what was supposed to happen, but it did happen. Um, uh, the thing that was really bad, though, the latest one is, um, one of my past clients contacted me and said, "Did we sign a contract or something that gives me as the client the right to the logo that you've created for me?" And I said, "No, the only thing that you signed is the invoice, which tacitly basically implies that I'm not gonna reuse your logo for another client. This is not what I do, and I would not willingly do that, even if I was like asked by another new client that said, "Oh, you did that for that client, and we really like that logo. Can we use it again?" And I said, "No, no, 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 no. This is not how it works." So uh, they said, "Did we sign a contract?" I said, "No," and therefore I took upon myself to just, draft a bit of a contract so that we have like a PDF thing that I can sign, they can sign, and therefore they have the rights to the finished product. I retain the rights to all of the creative sections and the research and so on. But all the thing that they have had access to is things that they have the right to. That makes sense. And the thing is, when I was doing that, obviously I was using Cloud Code because that's where I was living at the time. And I just asked for the template, and then I said, I know I will reuse this, so let put an inspector on the right side that let me add the name of one party and the name of the other party, and then the address and the thing that is necessary for the contract itself. And once we're within it, let's also add the thing that have been done. And then now that we have that, let's add this. And well, technically I should also do the other templates because just the IP is not the only one. So I need also the regular contracts, the regular project things. And now I have a thing that is like Track Studio um, for myself that it just gives me access to that. So I can have my clients, I can have my project, I can go into my contracts, select the type of contract that I want to have, and then change the information in the data that I need to have in there. It will populate all of that, and then at the end I can just Command P and print that as a PDF. Was not supposed to happen. Did happen. I'm pretty happy with it. I have template section. I need to work on that. Visually speaking, this is really shit. But yeah, like being able to go into my design agreement things and edit the template itself, and it will just propagate to any contracts that happen after that. Absolutely useless. This is not something that I wanted to do. It just happened. Yeah, that's the thing. It is really useful. Mm. 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 Cross keys, did you have a chat with Stony about it? Uh, I see. These are cute as fuck. I like the icons there. I like the very simple things. I feel like this is very unique. So we like it. Um, and then the music is clean. I hope you have the rights to that song. Um, I wish there was more content. I think the only thing that I don't like about the logo itself is just that N opening here that is not a circle and it's a flattened circle. I don't like this. I, I don't like it. Um, but yeah, I mean that being the vinyl playing, that being some jalapenos and other things, and that being like a glass. I like that. That's fun. It's not like it's not perfect. It's not geometrically aligned. There is a ton of things that I don't like in terms of alignment of shit, but it's unique. It has a personality. The website's just, even if it's like it's dumb and it doesn't do shit, but that simple amount of like parallax slash 3D transform is enough to give me a bit of a feel of like, oh cool, it's gonna be something that is like an interactive experience in the food. Like that's the idea. And I feel like that's enough. I personally I wouldn't have created a thing where the dot of the opening, the mouse, and the D and the O are not the same circles. That would have never happened. Um, but that is what kind of creates the uniqueness and the personality of the logo itself. So that's fun. I like it. And that yellow with that green sage in the background is really cool. That's a good combo. So yeah, you have another one. Ah, that's interesting as well. That's a lot more transition thing. That's subtle. I don't know. I don't know about the 3D. I don't know about the 3D. Um, I think I prefer the flat. Mainly because of some of the voxel here. Like your B section is very edge. Like you have a lot of edge cuts and edge loops that are not as clean. Um, and this is only something that someone that has worked with 3D models in the past would see. But still. Um, I think the amount of parallax slash 3D transform is a bit much, but it also works with obviously being a 3D rendering of the logo. What? Yeah. No, this is fun. No, that cursor is good. You did good. You did good. Hugo, you said something, and I missed it. I have a yet to complete brand system to complete. It's the same word twice. And documented and also connected to Figma Buzz. Damn, I've never used it. And Figma Slide, never used it. Uh, um, in the next few weeks, the AI models agent is still free. So you could potentially use the AI agents to do that and link your existing um, brand system if it's in Figma already. If it's not in Figma, if it's in the web, you can use the Figma plugin or browser extension to then copy paste what you have and put that inside of a Figma file. Um, but yeah, no, that's the only thing that you can do. The thing that I would do though, if it's a brand system that is properly set up inside of Figma, you can simply transform it as a shared library for the entire workspace that is yours, and then from there make it available inside of Figma Buzz and Figma Slides, and ask the agents to use that specific shared library and use these components, use these colors, use these things, and that could make it faster. But I don't know. I have used Figma Buzz for a total of like 2 minutes, so I can't give you any information in there. And Figma Slide, I hate slides in general. They have a ton of templates, so I would recommend you use a template and then just restyle it to match the brand style guide system that you already have. But other than that, yeah. The email that you have received as well is informing you that this is in beta for the next few weeks, meaning like at the end of the month or at the end of next month, I don't know. This is going to be paid. So for now, it's still free. So use it while you can. This is still running. God damn. Um, so yeah, other than that, I don't think there is any other thing that I can recommend. To make it faster. Weave was free for 2 weeks, so for a week, and then they kind of stopped. But yeah, I haven't had the time to play with it either. Like it's just goddamn, um, so much, so much. And I don't think Mythos coming to the public is gonna change anything. Jefazo, I think I think we've been using Mythos since 4.8. Like basically since it's been announced as a thing. So 4.7 officially. I think we've been using it with guardrails. I I am part of the people that believe that any models that Anthropic is providing is the same model anyways, with different types of guardrails. So Mythos is just like unlocked everything, and if it just comes to the public, it's going to be locked again because it's too dangerous anyway. So I don't think it's going to change anything. Sonnet 5 is shit. Opus 5 is shit. This is why I'm running Opus 4.8 for everything. Like this is 4.8 running. Um, because it's just like it's so much better, and that's crazy to think. But then again, the Sonnet 5 and Opus 5 are using so much tokens, so much more tokens. They are more efficient, but they are using a lot more. So, yeah, I don't know. It feels like obviously they want you to use more tokens because they sell you tokens. So it makes sense. All right. Um, that seems pretty good. I feel like there are some things that are not necessarily correct, but I'm fine with that. I'm impressed by this. Bundle integration rules and permits features settings are still broken. I don't know why that happens, but that happens. The setting icon just have a bit of an issue with the content not being contenting as intended. That's uh, that's not what we need. Um, but at least it's the right icons. Ah. I need to click on that. Um, the plus is not working. This is, I think the site itself is really good. Um, I think the designer that came up did it with this one and decided to do this effect is had a very good idea. The thing that I hate about it is the people that have found it and that have no understanding of how this is made. Because a lot of people were like, wow, this website is crazy. No one knows how to do this. And I'm like, this is 3 clicks. um, like the it's yeah, it's this is 3 clicks in 2 sites, basically. So to me, as someone that knows, it feels like, yeah, it's obvious. I understand exactly how that has been made, and it is like so easy. You have a cursor event trigger that is using the. We have that on CodePen with the ink drop effect. There is a lot of shaders that are doing this, and then it's just a mask. That ink drop effect is a mask on the only thing that is 3D in that page, which is the helmet. And so that is really fun. But there is a ton of things that people are like, wow, we don't know how to do this anymore, but we do. And I think the website is really cool. I think the landing page is nice. I don't know if this is exactly what I would do for a personality. Like it feels kind of weird. but it's still fun. And they've done a really good job with everything that is in there, and I really enjoy when they came up with it. The thing that I really disliked about it is basically the next day we had 6 copies of website that were like, oh wow, let me just do that. and, and that's it. So I don't know. Um, I don't know. But it really looks like a 2026 landing page, and it works. I like it. for the for the track, like the current track, and who's winning, not who's winning, but like whose team is on. I uh I like that. I like the signature. Obviously, been using that for a while. Um, nonetheless, I do like it. I like it. Um, this image makes no sense. I'm not gonna lie. This should not be the case. But yeah, didn't Belgium happen? Yeah, first place in Hungary. I do remember that. Um, kind of bad. A lot of I feel like if we had like a different car body livery thing, then having the car livery for the race in question would be so much better. It might have been what they intended in the as a base, but yeah. Like specifically on first place, I would have had a picture of him on the podium. Like that makes so much more sense. Like you win for first place, you win second, you're on the podium. I have a picture of you on the podium in that race because it makes sense. For the one that you have a DNF or DNS, then it's fine. Just the car is fine. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But no, it's a great website. um, there is a ton of API that already exists that provide race data. So I'm guessing they are probably using some of that. Otherwise, I don't know exactly what they would do and how they would do it. Um, what? Yeah, these tabs is something that I've been talking about for the past 2 years of saying this is coming back, and not a lot of designers have implemented this yet because it's a pain in the ass to put in code, specifically when you want a bit of an angle like this. You need CSS mask and so on. So I'm pretty happy to see it here. Still have some alignment issues for my taste, but that's personal. Um, Genie, I have asked myself a lot of the time the same thing, like how much of the sponsorship really like get out of the race. I think it's mostly like a uh, like an exposure therapy type of things, right? Where you see that on a day on a like if you watch the whole race or if you watch the whole tracks and so on, you get the sponsors in your face all the time during the entire race. And therefore maybe you would be, you know, uh inspired, but it's like most of the ads is subconscious. Like I don't remember uh seeing ads for Coke. Like this is not a thing that I see on a daily basis. But maybe I've been influenced in the past few months. I don't know. Just because it's in my fridge. Um, but I think it's mostly in the like don't buy an iPhone instead. Like kind of if it was Apple, for example, it's only an iPhone or a computer, but Android is only phones, and therefore you would go for an Android phone because that's what you have seen. I don't think Androids per se would have anything, but I know that there is on the Halo, there is the Halo. Um, there is something that you see a lot more during the race when you have the Halo cam. That is like a prime spot for advertisement, and I know that Kingston is not Kingston, Sendisk is one of them. I know that some AI models are in there. So yeah, yeah. That so there is the trustworthiness as you just mentioned, but there is also like the oh yeah, it's just like in my head, it's the only option. It's a thing that I said to my manager in 2015, and he said no. But it is true. Like in 2015, I said we should start putting ads in Snapchat. And he was like, this is not the thing that we are building is like for corporation. This is a portfolio management thing. It's like it's an app for startups and companies like Snapchat. No. I was like, we need to, because if we have coverage on the 13 years old that then go into companies, and in companies they are like, oh yeah, that product that I've seen so many times for that type of work, I know it's good because I've seen it so many times. And you basically have hammered the fact that the tool that you have built is good. Then the new workforce is like, yeah, I can recommend this thing because I know it's good. And that's basically what happened with some of the tools like ClickUp, for example, where it was marketed for startups and younger audiences, and then they moved on into startups, and they were like, "You're not using ClickUp? What the fuck?" And now startups are using ClickUps. Like it's in my head, it's just like marketing and ads. It makes sense, but the manager at the time didn't really figure it out. So yeah. um, the thing that I've seen with Sendis specifically, and the reason why it's in my head, much different than the SD card video that I also saw yesterday, um, is is this. uh, it it just it just flew up. In the past few months, it went back down because everything crashed down. But like this is the type of thing that was crazy. I looked at it somewhere around here because people were saying it's crazy how much it went up. But goddamn, like the stock prices, I should have invested. I didn't. I would not need a job. Yeah, that's the only reason why I know about it. It's the same thing with Samsung for me. Like I just see their stock prices and I'm like, damn, that's that's a hockey stick of a fucking stock. Like the fact that you can be from 2021 the most stable company in stock market price until 2025, like beginning of 2026, and it's just like just exploded. I don't know. Um, uh, I don't have any things, Kane, today. I don't have anything. But yeah, like I have some companies in my head just because the stock is going up or down. Like one of them for me is Monster. I should have stayed there. Um, Monster is just like good for me. It's just it's just a steady pace, good diagonal, no issues. We had a bit of a crash right here because there were some tariffs happening, but overall, I'm pretty happy with that. It's really impressive that this is like 1987 as the first stock price. So that's wild. But yeah, as always, this is not financial advice in any way, shape, or form. I just invest in what I know I will buy. That's about it. Like my investment strategy are very simple. I need to buy something from a company that is listed in the stock market. I invest the amount that I'm supposed to spend in that company. And then when I end up buying the thing, if the stock went up, I got a discount. That's it. So I need to buy a new computer. It's going to cost me 10K because Apple's prices are very high right now. So if I invest 10K in Apple right now and I just wait for when I have a bit more so I can just, not use 10K in one go. If it goes up, it goes up, and then I get a massive discount when I buy the computer. That's what I did for my phone. I got like a 200 discount on my iPhone because I knew I was about to spend like $1,000 on the iPhone 15. To just like put $1,000 in the Apple stocks and then wait, and then it went up. Nah. Mizzy, we're going in. Damn, you were fast today. Um, so Kane, not really. I don't have a lot of information about shaders. We don't have a ton of things that are good as references. We do have shader.dev, which is pretty fine. And we talked about it before, or shaders.com, sorry, they changed their URL things. Um, so that's one of them. The thing is, um, one of the resource that I could give you is to create or build yourself one tools that look like this. So if you have enough credits and you have the ability to just prompt, ask Claude, GPT, whoever, to create or to give you some sort of a, yes, similar to Metal Forge, um, uh, basically giving you like a shader experiment thing where you can play with the shaders and potentially export things. That's going to be useful to understand them. But most of the time, the shaders that we have that are displayed and showcased are these. And it's just like smoke and ASCII characters and pixelations and like not a lot of things. The main difference with Metal is that Metal Forge is supposed to be for Swift UI, um, mostly with the Metal shader, which is something that we have on iPhone. They say React Native, but I don't trust it. But that's an option, and it does work. It's interesting. You can obviously play with the content. Is it what you want to create? If that's the case, then use that. If that's not the case, then it's fine. Um, the regular one that we are using and showcasing and you know having fun with is Unicorn because they are still shaders. So all of these things are still like hefty shaders. That is performance-wise really bad. But yeah, Unicorn has been really good. They have been, I would say they have been in the market, on the market for the longest time. So they are the most mature. They have potentially the most amount of features. Um, and that might be exactly what you're trying to achieve or what you're trying to find. So maybe take a look at Unicorn Studio. Um, I don't like the fact that it went into a fully paid version because obviously I started using it when it was free, so a bit biased against that. But they have done a very good job, and I do think that their creations and their outputs are really nice. So yeah, but there is like a ton of shader things. The oldest in the game is Shader Toy. Um, and these are real shaders, and the issue that I have with this is that the website is shit. Like that's it. um, but Shader Toys is the oldest in the game. Uh, they've been doing shaders and providing a place to play with shaders for the longest time. You have the ability to see how the shader works, what is the code, how things are. This is made by the community, and then you can potentially just experiment with it, change stuff, see how it impacts this. Like it's pretty cool, but you do need to understand a bit of math. The other thing is, and that's different, but the other thing is, um, I don't think Shader Basics is gonna give us what I'm looking for, but that video specifically is pretty useful at understanding how shaders work, what they are, and how you can create them. Um, TC is doing some very simple videos, not a not a lot of them, but this one is 3 years old. It has a lot of content. It creates that shaders at the end, so you understand exactly the math and how that works. This is like a fractal at the end of the day. And then it has this one with procedural world, which is a bit different. But you know, this one is really cool. It's really helpful, and it helped me understand a bit more about shaders in question. And there's a lot of things in there, so I highly recommend that. It's also talking about shader tools as well. So yeah, but yeah, could recommend. Could recommend. Other than that, I don't think I have anything else that I can willingly recommend as a good thing. Um, so yeah, sadly, that's about it. um, I think I think that's interesting. I kind of say the same thing. Chat triggers and event response is kind of not good. Um, uh, Framer is using yes, no. God damn. Could I be less of a designer so for once? Shader does have its own did I say shaders? Framer has its own shader environment, but the shaders in themselves are the same thing. Like the tech in the background is still shaders, is the same thing. It's just React based shaders, TypeScript specifically, but they work the same. You can prompt some of their agents with the same thing. Like it makes sense. Um, but yes, you have uh, basically the ability to create shaders within Framer. There are a ton of things that you can't do, but you have a better shader engine in Framer that you have in Figma. The Figma shader engine is not as good because, or simply because it doesn't have the animation version. So you only have static shaders in Figma, and if you want to animate them, you need to animate some of the points through the motion tabs, which is not necessarily good. Um, in Framer, you have animated shaders that are available, and they have been available for the longest time because it's basically uh, pulling a coded component that is the shader in question. So that's about it. Next.js website that I liked, never used it either. I have never used it either. Um, Nuxt for me is nothing. Like it doesn't give me anything. Not right there, but like, god damn it. I should not have the HTTP in there. Um, uh, but yeah, it's so from what I just see here and Krosky's response of views better. I see this is just a framework. So yeah, I don't know. Um, yeah, I don't have enough knowledge on this one, to be honest. Um, I think it's just a framework, and therefore it doesn't really matter. If it works, it works, right? Um, yeah, I know that some people have been using Svelte. Like Oli has been using Svelte and swearing by Svelte for the longest time. Vue has been one that I've seen so many times. Next.js is in my head the same thing. I don't. I'm still not a dev. I don't know enough to be able to say that this is better or worse. It's as ununderstood by me than anything else. So can't help in there. Can't help in there. Um, oh, sorry, I just saw something that makes no sense. Um, mm, mm, mm. Um, yeah, that's a lot of thing that I don't know. That's what I'm gonna say. I I really don't understand the framework things as a as a concept, for some reason, like my head doesn't really assimilate with that. Oh, we have icons for the last two, but not the other ones.
Ginoob
Genu,
raided my stream with 9 viewers.
welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. I hope you had a good stream. If you need to raid and run, please do that. If you need to raid and stay, please do that as well. It is officially Wednesday, and you can, you know, ask design question as always if you want to. I am, however, extremely tired. Yeah, okay. I will not blame Stony for sending you here. I appreciate it. But yeah, walk away. Um, uh, Stony, I've made a bit of a change thingy where I changed the icons. Um, so most of the things are kind of good with the new icons. Some of them are not exactly taking the correct one, and apparently god damn it, some of the icons exports just don't work. So I don't get it. Yeah. All right. Mm-hmm. Um, why do you need to rewrite it? Like that's the question, Kloskis. Well, no, I I hard reloaded the page.
It seems to be a sudden general explosion of mass homicide.
I see. Well, I mean, it makes sense. If again, if you have like an understanding of what needs to be fixed and how to fix it, then that's good. If you don't, then yeah. Um, yeah, this is so bad. I don't know why. It did work just before I add 260 new files. Oh my god.
She's already here.
Hmm. I see. Well, damn. Oh no. Ah. Please explain. Um, I did not. I didn't know that there was a free Cursor Ultra with Grokbot. Was not aware of that. So no, I didn't. Um, I don't think I would. I, yeah. It goes to the same thing as usual, where it might not work because I'm already on a team plan. Like for example, I had a Cursor $50 of usage for free when we go into the Cursor Cafe in France, and they were like, "Oh yeah, thank you for redeeming the code. However, you can't use it." Hmm, so bad, so bad. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's bad. So yeah, and on top of that, I do have the yearly plan, so this is not working. This is bad, but this is bad in default. Oh, I wish that made sense. It doesn't. Hmm. So to answer your question, because I didn't, um, Claude, I have so much in there that I feel like I'm kind of stuck with a ton of things that just run and are useful, and they don't have a lower tier, so that's not good. And then Cursor, I am 100% canceling at the end of the period unless they do something amazing, but I have so much doubt. The thing that happened for Cursor this month is that on the 19th, I forgot that the plan renewed, so I did nothing. And then on the 20th, I did, and in about 2 hours, I burned through the entirety of my usage that is included in my plan. The good thing, though, because there are still good things, um, is that any new ask and task is free. So I can, as long as I'm using Composer 2, I can ask anything and it's going to be free and it's included in my plan. So this is useful. But it's Composer 2. So not necessarily the best of options. Um, but yeah. basically from the 20th at 3 in the afternoon, or up to 3 in the afternoon, to or starting on the 20th at 6 in the morning. So, like, up to something like here, I burned through the $20 that is included in my plan, and then everything afterward was the additional non-counted um $80. So they basically have $60 added to my own plan, which is roughly 80 million tokens. Um, and then past that, it's kind of included for free. But yeah, it's just like this is they just want me to do that. They want me to enable the tier pricing and the usage-based pricing, but as soon as I do that, I'm gonna not have the free tier. So that's also one of the reasons why I don't want to enable any um, bonus tokens and other things in Cursor, because this is not happening in the others. Like in Claude, I do have the $100 for free. I'm still getting like 19 or $15 that is left for Fable specifically, and I have one feature that I need to run that on. But yeah, I use them in the CLI, if that's what you're talking about. Or if you're talking about uh, that, not really. I don't really use that. I do have, uh, I do have them, but I don't know. For some reason, their apps are not as good. I don't know. I I don't know. I think that's the best answer that I have. That's a good question. Let me check. Oh yeah. um, at at some point I was using the Claude app mostly, and it made more sense. And then something happened in the Claude app and it pissed me off. So I went back to Cursor directly. And then the only thing that I don't like about the CLI is the fact that you can't really revert to a message. And using the chat, which Stony is doing, and Stony has been trying to make me go back to that because I'm complaining about not being able to go back. Um, I hate it. I uh, I hate this thing with the official Claude plugin for VS Code. It doesn't make any sense to me, and it's just like it's yeah, it it doesn't make sense. So CLI is just better for some reason somehow. And I tried T3 code, but I need, again, not a dev, but I need the code. Like I need to be able to do that and say, okay, cool, we changed that line, we changed that line, and I want to change this. Because when you are, and I don't know if you've done that, but like when you are using T3 code or open code, for example, you can't edit the files. This makes no sense to me. Like you have the diff that is displayed on the right side, but you can't do shit with it other than press the plus button to say, put that inside of the chat so that I burn more tokens. This doesn't work for me. Like as a broadcast designer, um, right now, specifically in tokens, if I know how to fix the thing, I will fix the thing by hand. I don't, I don't want to, um, I don't want to do that. I haven't tried Orca. I know you all too that have been saying, "Oh, you should try Orca," but I haven't. Um, Yeah, I haven't downloaded it yet. Now it's downloaded. We'll see when I install it. But yeah, um, you can, Genie. How do you? Don't try to work on it. How are you? How's the day going? I'll try it out. Um, I'll try it out. But for me, T3 is just like I don't know. I also have a bit of an issue with the agent window. Like in Cursor right now, I'm in the IDE window, and they tried to push me into the agent windows, which is the thing that they want to have. I don't like it. I kind of hate the fact that I'm just in the chat. I Again, I kind of want to see the code. Still, not a dev, hasn't changed. Um, like I I don't. I'm doing code stuff. I want to see the code stuff. That's I know it's dumb, and I know it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's just it. Eh, eh. Um, I'll probably like it if you say that it's like so. It took me a bit to be able to read that icon because this is kind of weird. But you know, why not? Why not? And one more import. God damn it. Um, I don't mind it. Don't drop. Um, I don't think it's meant to be read. That's the first thing. Um, like I think this is good. Again, it's an ad. Like it's not meant to be read and think. My issue with it is that it's mostly hyped stuff, including things that are very dev related and very AI focused, which is making sense, obviously. Um, but I prefer the Mac Mini ads. I feel like it looks better and it has a bit of a better like feel to it. Uh, it's more fun, but it's also kind of bad, but it's more fun. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really have any thoughts on ads in general. It's more like, well, there's an ad. Cool. So, yeah, I don't I don't have definitive thoughts on readability and so on. It's just like, does it make sense? Ruru, welcome in, welcome back. How are you? Did you change your color? You're usually blue for me. Um, are you just gonna land? God damn. Congrats. Cutie, welcome in. Um, oh, I see that's the orange is favorite for now. I see. Manbrave, welcome in. How are you? I mean, if you haven't seen, they just released new processors, including their first 2 nanometers processors the M6 and the M5 Ultra, M5 Ultra, and they have new ads, which is really interesting from my point of view that they have released new processors before the Apple event that is supposed to happen very soon-ish, like next month-ish, or in 2 months. I forgot if it's like November or September. I think it's September, but yeah. So they released them and they announced them without the Apple event thing. So I'm pretty interested to see what's happening. But yeah, so that's why we're seeing a Mac Mini Flex. Yeah. Um, Damn the performance. This is interesting. Absolutely useless, but interesting nonetheless. God damn. Damn, that expensive. Um, I think it's fun. I think I hear my fans through the noise cancelling. Yeah. So I'm gonna close that for no reason. Um, but yeah, no, 3GS is really good. I'm still gonna say that. I think the animation, based on the fact that this is 3GS conference, or at least dev slash motion conference things, it makes sense that the animation is pulling the focus because it is the focus of the website. But yeah, I get it. I get it. Mm-hmm. Welcome back. I think the 3JS course that we know, which I think is from Bruno as well, that Sige has done is really useful. It's really simple. It makes you understand a ton of things, and is yeah. Oh shit. You say it's mid compile. Why is it compiling so long? It's the web version. Oh my god. I I don't like Kotlin. I don't like this shit. I hate it. I don't like it. But you know, Bruno is really good. They have a course on 3JS, which is really nice. They have the common Galaxy things on 3JS, which gives you a ton of particles and creations and so on, which I think is neat. The thing that I do have a bit of a bias toward is that 3JS is roughly a 3D rendering engine, whereas you can create some of the 3JS things in shaders, and it would be easier to render and load and play with. You may lose some of the 3D-ness and the interactivity of it, but you can still have like some of the 3JS things, 3D looking rendering with shaders in a more compact package. And yeah. Um, but yes, 100%. I do prefer to play with 3JS because it is like easier and faster um overall. So yeah. Yeah. Um Yay! It loaded them, but not all of them, but all of them. Yay! Yay! Not yay. uh, it worked. It worked. Uh, it worked. Cool. Um, I don't know. I don't know. Did that kill the server? Probably. Um, hmm. Stony, did you say that we have Sleek in there? Or nah? I feel like I feel like we didn't. Um, we do? Hmm. Yep. Yeah, 4.6, 4.8 is like so much better than 5. So I'd rather use that. The reason I try to keep an eye on Apple and other ads is because their visual language sometimes influence design trends. And you can remove one word in that sentence, you can remove sometimes. It's the Apple is a bit less than before, but still, anything they do is going to be duplicated somewhere. The one that I have, which obviously is not running right now, and if I do that, it's probably gonna break the stream again. So, well, hope for the best. I should have typed that instead of going back up. I'm starting to be like a Linux user. Um, Where is you? This thing is ColorOS latest. I forgot. No, that's not what I want to do. Not full screen. Not full screen. Um, Origin OS 7. If that's not liquid glass inspired, I don't know what is. It's fun. I think this is a I think this is a nice addition, a nice ID. Um, but yeah. So this is Vivo Origin OS 7, which is obviously Liquid Glass inspired. Oppo has done some Liquid Glass inspired things. Huawei has the most amazing Liquid Glass on Android. I mean, on Android, on Linux based smartphone that we've seen. They have done a very, very good job at that. Samsung has been trying to implement some Liquid Glass and it looks like shit. Um, and it is really fun to see that people are trying to, implement the thing that Apple has implemented. What? Saying that sometimes they influence it? Mm-mm, they do. It's just like every time that Apple is doing something, someone is going to try to copy it. And I know I have one specific, um, yep, right there. Like this is Samsung integration, I think, of Liquid Glass. And basically what they are doing is that they are pre-rendering the blur based on the background so that it looks interesting. And you can only see that when you are scrolling through because it doesn't make a lot of sense. Um, this is one of the trick that, as the tweet implies, we were using in 2010 on some of the original iPhones, but also some of the original Android phones that had some background blur options. And now that we have the exact same thing on Samsung stuff at $2,000, this makes no sense. So, yeah. Um, and yes, Tonton, it is gyroscope based. I yeah. Let me send you the fucking tweet itself so that you can watch the video with sound. Um, but yeah, that jiggle thing, which is based on your phone accelerometers, it is very much animated ease. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. But then again, like this is ColorOS, so Oppo Liquid Glass thing. They've done a pretty good job with the notification thing. I know that we have um, Huawei interface as well is really cool. I like what they've done most of the times. So, you know, like shit makes sense. Shit makes sense. Mm. Yeah. uh, you know what? Mm. Yep. I don't have anything about Huawei that just saved in there. It's kind of bad. That's kind of bad. Um, it's still compiling. Um, the thing that I kind of want to highlight, not really, but kind of, is that lately in the past few months, things have been becoming more feasible than others. So shit like this, for example, used to be a pain in the ass to create, but now with a ton of things and new creations, if you want to have some 3D-ish, 3GS and others, um, inside of your website, well, you can, and specifically because you can also now have HTML in Canva, you can have your 3JS things running in a Canva so that it's more performant and so on, and you end up with some shit that is pretty impressive. Again, this is like GreenSock and 3JS at the same time. So, you know, um, Huawei, yeah. I don't know exactly how it's supposed to be pronounced. Well, yeah, I don't know. So that is one of the things I know that Meng has been creating this fucking 3JS landing page thingy that we've been talking about, and he's been complaining. So I'm just gonna let him complain. But he's been doing this thing with uh, 3JS inspired rendering for landing pages and having like some very cool storytelling, story scrolling, scrolly telling, bitch, my words, scrolly telling with your website, and it is interesting. Is it good? Yeah, kind of. Is it really good? No, no. Um, But yeah, no, 3UI is something that we talked about in the past. It's basically like a bit of a skill thingy, and you can just load that and have like your website gets the 3D treatments if you want to. And if that's your thing, then that's kind of easy. So, Manbrave, going back to what you said earlier, you don't need to know how shader works or how 3JS works or anything nowadays. It's just like you need your AI to do know the things, and they kind of do. So as long as you know what models, what like object you need to load, you should be fine. You should be fine. What I've seen is that it has like a ton of issues, specifically in the rendering of small elements and interlacing elements. This one is absolutely shit. And the way that he has made this is by having layering of things. So, yeah. Um, hey, how long ago have you sent the thing? Sometimes people are working, you know. If you send a message this morning and they haven't responded yet, nah, yeah, take your time. Yeah, I agree with that. I also agree with that. I think Meng is one of the people that also have like uh not encountered non-powerful machines, and every time he's been working, it's been fine. So every time he's been testing the thing that he has created, it's been fine. And we ended up with something that just like is fine, but uh, you know, for a lot of other people, it's just like it isn't fine anymore. So I don't know. Also, it's probably someone that doesn't have the like decency is a weird word, but that's not necessarily a thing. Um, uh, maybe he's been rich all the time, or maybe he's been rich fast enough that he could buy a computer that was good enough, uh, that he didn't have to think about like low quality display, low quality computers, low quality phones, and that could explain things. I think he was a real client project in the past, and now it's mostly content creation, but I think mostly living off of the previous content creation money and courses money as well, which that works. Again, if I had less good ethics, I would be rich. I, God dang, I would have so much money. um, so I think he used to have clients, and now it's like more agency consulting things. But you've been here, like, if you've been here long enough, you know that I'm always recommending you to never buy like a Pro Display XDR. This makes no sense. Um, I I would never recommend you to get like the the best display because it's not what people will have. People will have like a mid-range-ish thing, sometimes a bit better because the company is good, but uh, yeah, most times not really. So, eh, if you can work on like or make the thing work on the potato, then we good. Um, that looks better, but it's still wrong. I think the icon in the new command is wrong. Dang, the size of this thing is not an icon. Um, yeah, that's also true. Why the realization on that? Um, that's also true coming from the fact that in the Figma file we have the official button sizes, which contains slots, not icons. So it is more complex for the LLMs to understand exactly what this thing is supposed to be and what is the size of the icons. The reason why I'm saying this is because when I'm looking at the icons there, first of all, this shit is shitty. Um, it doesn't look like it's the correct size. Um, yeah, I know. Um, Type Whisper is interesting, but it's the same thing as Super Whisper. It's to me, I don't think it's worth it. I have um I have another one that is free, which I think I have saved the repo for specifically so that I can just like run the things locally because it runs locally and there is no issues with it. Um, but I am so uncertain that it doesn't make any sense. Like that's my issue with it. That's the reason why I do have like Whisper Flow on my machine. It's installed, it's there, but I just don't know what I'm about to say. And because of that, I can't. Um, I think you need a heaper, not my tool. My tool is a bit of a different thing. We need Yan to be here, but yeah, you need Dan instead. Um, it's pretty good. He's been doing a very good job at the animation. I'm pretty much jealous of the animation of Yan. Yan is really, really good when it comes to transitions, animation, micro things, speed. We like it. We like it. And my tool is not, God damn it, a thing that would be beneficial for you, I guess, if you are just saving things from websites, because it's only working on Twitter. So far, Twitter likes and nothing else. So, yeah. Which, by the way, if you ask um, bookmarking, right? If you are not bad. If you're bookmarking things on Twitter instead of the rest, then core is similar to what I have. It's just like bookmarks instead of likes. And it's open source, like you can download the code and so on and then re-mold it if you want to. I do like what core has done on a grand basis. I feel like some of the things there is pretty good. The navigation in between like posts and so on. Obviously something is running in the background for me, so shit is broken. But these transitions are good, and like content makes sense. You can show the thread, so it will probably just load the content obviously right now. Things don't work, but it is pretty good. And I think you can extract things to make it better. What the fuck you mean the Dutch strings? Sorry, my bad. um for a site with components, pre-designed sections to see what would fit in the landing page of my app, but I'm blanking. You're looking for a site that exists that you want to get inspiration from, and you forgot which site it is, but you've seen it like 3 days ago. Yeah. Um, there are so many. Uh, there are so many. I'm eating your tokens. Are you eating my tokens? I guess, yeah. I guess I'm touching the fucking translation as well. And yes, he is numbing the tokens. Um, Again, there are so many Tonton that are pretty good. What's the use case? That's my question. Like, is it your own web space? Is it for your website? Is it uh something else? I think you can go really far with some of the existing libraries. Um, Like this one is pretty good, but obviously not biased. Um, oh, within the app itself, what's the framework? That's not the word that I'm looking for. uh, what's the code based on? Oh no, I'm gonna remove the French translation. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say no French. The French are only going to see the Portuguese, and that's about it. Why? Uh, um, if you can get rid of the shadow inside of the image, add the shadow as a drop shadow based on the CSS rather than the image itself. It's going to be a lot better. Um, you want a card for this? I don't know. I don't know. I guess, I mean, 21st Dev would be an option for this. If you wanted to have like some sections, you could go with um you could go with am I going to find that? I get the design engineer tools is going to be pretty useful as well. There is a ton of content in there that's probably going to be useful in like visual shit and so on. So maybe maybe take a look. Maybe take a look. It's doesn't cost you anything. But that's not what I'm looking for. The Ink UI is just UI kits. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. This is logos. Because I know that we have what you are looking for somewhere. I know I have saved a specific page, either in design resource or interesting tools. Like both of them works. But I'm obviously not finding it. um, that's not the one. I'm seeing the logo in the file icon, and I feel like this is the logo that we talked about earlier. Yeah, that's really similar. Um, obviously, I'm talking about something, therefore I'm not finding it. That's the usual behavior. Nothing wrong about this. I do indeed know what you're talking about. There is a ton of options like this, but it's just like I don't know the exact name of the thing that you are looking for. Um, I'll probably try to figure it out at some point. That's better. That's better. It removed the icon itself. uh, that's the play icon. I need to change the name. Oh, can I do that though? I don't think I can. I don't think I can. Um, I mean, I can. Yeah, I can click it. Doesn't send it through. Send it through there. The issue that I have with it is dang, that icon is broken. It's supposed to be that icon, and it's broken because I don't know why it's broken. I think that's the truest thing. Um, yeah, it's ha! Sorry. Basically, what we need to do here is this, and it is pain in the ass. I know, I know. We just need to open the fucking path so it's not a closed path. Um, but I will not be able to replace this as far as I'm aware. Uh, I'm still gonna try. Still gonna try. So this is noms app compose source main resource doorbell, and then from there, uh, was it called play? Ah, was it called play? It could be called video. That's the thing. Also, the fucking closed square is working. Um, it is. I think this is gonna break. Um, I'm thinking in my head about the thing in question that you are looking for, Tonton, and I know. I can't find it. I see it. I can't find it. Um, I feel like React bits is the thing, but that's not what you're looking for. Um, and yeah, it's a website with copy pastable components in React, and I feel like React bits is the option, but it's just like no. I don't think it is like exactly what you're looking for, but I guess this might work. Um, but it is React, so not necessarily what you're looking for. Um, it's not Tailwind UI. Like the thing that Tonton is looking for is a place to um a place to browse components that already exist that they could potentially just copy paste. And Tailwind UI is not creative enough. It would work in the sense that it is a place with components. Yes. But it wouldn't work because it's just like, well, it's fixed. It's working. Um Okay, the announcement button is such a bad thing. These ones work. The tooltip is shit. And clicking outside just doesn't unselect things. So I don't like you need to click on something else. So that's interesting. This is fine. Sorry. I see. uh, well, it still never hides, apparently. Um, the no. Uh, mm, yeah. At least It's concentric. It's properly aligned. We have everything we need. This is a good start. This is a good start. Oh, it was light. This is a good start. God damn. Uh, so yeah, React Bits is the one that came into mind. I know there is another one, um, but it, in blocks, yes. Which you said you already have, and you want something that is not like this. I mean, if you just want like inspiration, as you've mentioned, right? Blocks is an option. Um, it's very Relume-like when I'm looking at the UI itself, so that's a thing. But at least here you have like all the options for pricing things. Again, if you just want inspiration, any landing page website is going to be a good option. You check like the SaaS platform, like this. Bitch, what the fuck? I understand that this one has the billing yearly and annually at the top, and this one is within the cards, but like, this is the same shit. Same thing here. Like these four right there are the exact same thing. This makes no sense. Um, oh my god, this is. Oh my god. Why is this here? uh, um, what does it just want me to log in and connect? Uh, um, oh, these are just, yeah. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Um, nope, that looks bad. Oh my god. I think I've seen that before. I've seen that logo 16,000 times. I don't know how many companies have this, but goddamn, so many. Um, these are just components themselves. They are not necessarily like the thing that you're looking for. That looks bad. That looks bad. You know what? I don't mind it. I I know that it sounds like I'm saying this because I can't find a solution, but I don't mind this. I feel like the only thing that you need here in order to make it cleaner is potentially just more spacing in some area and removing some of the things that make it like kind of bloated. So for me here, for example, if I did, I'd probably just get my divider removed, and then on that one, like that thing probably would take padding top of like, I don't know, 2 rounds maybe, maybe four. Now that I'm looking at it, um, like 4 rounds, and obviously I would go with like more corner radius, but that's just me. But that alone would help you divide things. The other thing that is in there that is not necessarily like the best of options is overall the organization of the content might benefit from like this, just because it's easier. You read everything, and therefore you have all of the information. Um, Maybe not. We just what? But I don't know, that potentially just feels a bit better. And then having, as you just mentioned, having the animation, if you have an animation, could make a better thing. Um, yeah. Also, Stony, I just read that. What the fuck do you mean a million lines? Um, if it's lifetime, yeah. I think overall you have like um, this is pretty clean. It works with the rest of the website. Unless you want to change the entirety of the rest of the website, then I don't feel the need to change this that much. Um, I think that change that I just did is fine, but like it's for me, it's mostly like an organization thing. You could even keep the divider and just put that thing at the bottom, so that you have the divider in between this and that. But yeah, overall, that's big. If I do this, and let's get these don't exist because we don't have the icons themselves, so that it's gonna be there. For the sake of the presentation right here, I'm gonna do the same thing here. You have an icon at the top that I don't have access to, so I'm just gonna remove that for the sake of fairness. Like if you want to do that, don't do that. I think it was weird. Um, I see. I see. You know. Um, that could work. Or maybe not here, because here feels kind of weird. But if it was there, for example, as a launch of a thing. Eh, like that kind of makes sense. I don't know. Um, and yes, sorry, I was in the zone for a split second. Yes, this was the Figma stuff. Um, I'm going to add a rectangle here at 60, 64 by 64 is gonna be fine. Um, take that, put that in this. Which technically, yeah. um, because you have your icons there, so I'm just gonna keep that there for, you know, that's not what I did. Oh, oh. There was a bit of an issue here. Um, I think it makes more sense close to the value in question, but it, it it's the card itself. Like the card is the launch offer, and we don't really give a shit about where the thing is placed. I think for myself, I would probably do this instead, um, because I kind of want to have the. I read everything. I have the price, or I have the price and then I read everything. Like that's the two things that I have of if you put the price up top, you remove the icon and the price is becoming your most important thing, then you know. Mm.
Release me. Please.
I don't know. Probably not.
I will not hurt you.
Probably not, but still, I feel like it's more visual than anything else. Um, the divider is still pissing me off. I feel like this is not a necessary thing to have, and it brings some noise for no reason. Um, your things is pixelated right there, so that's a fine thing. You have icons officially, in there. Like you do have, uh, I think, 18 by 18 icon thingy. So you know. And yes, going back to what you said earlier, I do like tilted things. It it brings something. The main reason why I like tilted things in general is because uh it's a human decision. It's something that someone said, yes, this will definitely make sense, and this will definitely look like um a human decision and something that I, as the creator, has been wanting to achieve and has achieved right here. Like this is not an AI generated thing. It is a willing, on purpose decision. And that kind of, I don't know, kind of makes sense to me. So yeah, I don't know. Obviously, you have your icons and so on. I like the simplicity and the bicolorism of it. Um, I yeah, yeah. Figma has a bit of an issue with some SVG things, and sometimes it works when you're getting the full page, but not when you're getting the detailed things, and sometimes it's the opposite. So I don't know. But there are days where the icons are going through. Yes, yes, yes. Um, like I'm team remove as much as possible because it makes absolutely no sense to bloat. But like right now, I would potentially remove the what's included because it's like mm, Vault is the name of the app, not necessarily a thing. Cust is fine, don't worry about it. um, this is tacky, I'm not gonna lie. This is not what I would go for, and potential. I don't know. Cool. So that worked. That looks now wrong because we don't have the circle behind it. I don't like the font. The font as well. Mhm. Have a good look. Cutie. Have a good dinner time. Take care of yourself. I'll probably not be here in about 20 minutes, just because the headphones battery are gonna die. But yeah, take care of yourself. We'll see you in the next one. Yeah, I don't know why I think I fixed it last time. Or I asked to fix it last time, and then yeah. I see. Yeah. Um. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Genie. We're going in on this side. Um. We'll see if that works. We'll see if that works. I feel like this is a. Yeah. I kind of don't want to do that, but I also kind of want to do that. um. Ah. Hmm. 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 Take care of yourself, Chifazo. Enjoy the restaurants and the food in the kitchen and the things. And we'll see you soon. Take care of yourself. And rest, please. As you said, you're tired. Rest. Take some time for yourself. That would be useful. Useful for you. Useful for later. It's good. You should. You should. But yeah, take care of yourself. Uh, right, we'll reload this. It's gonna be fine. Um, mm, maybe. This doesn't seems to be looking. This doesn't seems to be working as expected. Um, Also, this is pissing me off. I don't know if that's just me, but like the fact that the model is always telling me that nothing is committed and I should say the word so that it commits something. I'm like, I know. I'm working here as well. This shouldn't be like a reminded things on every single message. It shouldn't. Um. Ah. um. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to. No, that's the opposite, Genie. I want it to not commit. Uh, Stony does have a thing that commits on everything. Like every time that something is happening that is meaningful, has change that makes sense, that it is committed so that it's published and so on. But for me, I don't want to do that. I want to have like basically more monolithic so that if something breaks, I don't know what has broken the thing. Yeah, that's basically it's not the reason, but it's basically what I do. So, um, ensuring that anything that I want to work on is inside of a single commit instead of being inside 16. But yeah. But I do ask the AI to commit for me at the end because the thing that um, the model is doing is that it's going to check the diff and then explain better in the commit description than my own commits. Like if I commit by hand, there is nothing in the commits. It's just like that's the name and description is empty. If the AI is doing the thing, then it's just like based on the diff, we have some information. So that's to me, that's a better thing. Um, um, Not really, because this is Stony's repo, so it will hurt Stony, but not me. um, but yes, no, I agree with you. Basically, what Fields has said was if we do more smaller commits, like the thing that Stony is doing um, right here, for example, where we have a commit that is just a single file with a single things in there, then it is easier to check and go back and say, this, after this commit, something broke, and then you can see exactly what has changed. When you have a commit that is like this, it's a bit more complex, but it's also like, it's fine. Some shit like this, though, that's bad, but it's also like not so bad because it's just like SVGs being ported. So I think right now the main content, the fact that it has 260 fast changes, basically there is like 210 the icon SVGs that is going to be synced. So E. That's related. That is related. And they are kind of all related. So that was expected. God damn. God damn. I think it is. I think it is. There is like two other thing that I have added, which is like button sizes and um, some icon in button placements, but it's so little that it doesn't really impact anything. So, mm. Uh, do we have this? I don't know if we saved it, or at least if we did that. We do have that. So what was supposed to be used vote 2. Um change that. Damn. Um I like the cycle, so that's why I'm like, um I think it's just message question. Um you're gonna be so close. uh, um I don't know if I want this. I feel like run ads make sense, but also money bag makes sense. So let's see if that goes through. These are supposed to be in there already and present in the folder. So overall, that should be easier. The only thing that I haven't checked that I should have is uh, did I keep the Figma folder export thing? Um, yeah, that makes sense. I also kind of want to change these because we do have good enough in place already, but they are like not necessarily the best. And then, if I'm not mistaken, the original icons that you had used, mine, were set at 1.5 in their stroke width, and these ones are at 2, so they are a bit thicker, which is not a bad thing. What? They are a bit thicker. So, a bit of a to-be check thing. Um, oh. Hmm. Gonna add that in a second. Um, oh my god. I moved too fast and the screenshot didn't go through. Good job. We'll see if that goes through. Maybe it doesn't. Right. I'm kind of scared of doing like an overflow visible, because if we do an overflow visible, we end up with potentially the thing going outside of the box itself. So that's the uncertainty there. Um, but having no padding vertical on the boxes themselves and then adding vertical padding on the content itself is going to be not good. So, yeah. I mean, we'll see what's going to be an option. But something's going to need to be an option. At least these makes a lot more sense. Change the title makes sense. Start a poll makes sense. Prediction. These two could be interchangeable, I feel like. Create a clip, mark moments, raid is going somewhere else, run an ad, making some money. Not, but like, something, and snooze is pretty fine. I do like these icons. I don't like the fact that right now I can't fucking scroll. I can't zoom in and out again. If you zoom in on something, it just isn't stuck. I'm also thinking that this is probably going to happen on other places. Yeah, like this makes sense because it's within the container, but I think most of them are containerized. Yeah, this one is not. Okay, so again, a lot of them, a lot of the pages are missing that. So it figured it out. It's gonna be better. Were you there when I talked about this earlier, Stony? I don't think you were. I think you were already out. Um, I think this could be useful for you if you have like access to multiple subscription. There are versions that exist for Windows. I think this one is mostly for macOS, but like nonetheless, the base content is still the same, and it's basically a menu bar tool um, where you can switch automatically between subscription, which I think is pretty useful. Um, like if you have the account of someone else, or you know, something like a server running somewhere with a locally running variation of a model, that could work as well, I think. And so if you run out of token, it just will redirect and route to the locally running things instead, which I think that's the best feature in there. The fact that you can simply just reroute any ask and things going on um, to another model if one of them is just like ending uh, its or reaching its limit. It's pretty cool. But yeah, if you have only one, obviously this doesn't necessarily make sense. I get that. I get that. Um, like right now, for example, I have a very strong feeling that the probability of me reaching my limit of usage on that very big task is probably high. I haven't checked usage at all. We fine. But I don't like this as well. It just mentioned that it was like 42 screens instead of 27. So that feels like a lot to me. But we'll see. We'll see. Good. Damn. Um, this is just so slow. Ah, I also need sleep because I have a call tomorrow morning. Potential client. We'll see if that works. Uh, and I need to wake up. That's the thing when you have a client that is in a different time zone. I need to wake up early, kinda. I mean, still waking up early every day, nonetheless. But goddamn, that's good. Good system. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if it works. I think it could. It's just, it's not exactly the type of business that I would go for. I mean, it is, but it's like they are working in an industry that I don't have a lot of, can't disclose anything, a lot of knowledge in. I have some knowledge in a part of the industry, but not the industry itself. So if it works, that's great. If it doesn't work, then I get it. But if it works, that's great. Would change a lot of things. This is not necessarily for this month's work type of thing, but still. Bit of a future planification thing. We'll see if things work. If they do, we're all happy. If they don't, we're all happy as well. Always fine. So, yeah, but I need to wake up. I need to wake up. Yeah, that's also true. That is also true. It's something that I don't necessarily have the ability to explore as well. So that's have a good rest of your day, Hugo. Take care of yourself. I have to bounce as well, but I apparently I can't. Take care of yourself. I'll see you soon. Um, it's in a domain where I don't have the ability to explore myself, um, as in it's not available to me, and therefore it's kind of harder for me to just like work in that thing. Still very vague. Um, that doesn't seem to be working there. Are you gonna bounce and then? Oh, you're just gonna slide, goddammit. That's sad. That's sad. I didn't see myself fall down, to be honest. I The reason why is because I put one instead of fucking exclamation mark. That's why. That's why. Wouldn't have wouldn't have dropped. Um, I might make it. No, no, I'm not making it. Yep, that's the yep, 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 yep. uh, dang. You got redrop on the same target. You need to wait for the target to goes away. It goes off after 90 seconds, I think. If there is like a minute or 2 minutes of no activities, like no one is dropping, then I think it goes out. So it's probably gonna go out soon. No, apparently shit is going to check first before ball. I'm just letting that go through. I'm burning tokens. It's Wednesday. Um, I don't know. I don't know what any of these means. I don't know what any of these means. You see, that's the type of shit that needs to happen exactly when you need to do one of these things. Always, always, when you're in the middle of something that is potentially important. Ah, 99. Oh my god. I think that's good. Um, I think that's good. I think that's good. Um, maybe. Uh, yeah, I don't know exactly if this is gonna makes a lot of sense. I do want to commit and push what I've done before I go off, but I need a I need a go soon. So yeah, see if that works. See if that rebuilds and give us the thing that we want, which is not that. uh, it's still building in the background, so that just doesn't go through. Well, I mean, we'll see in a second. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. if it changed something in dashboard. It did change some things in dashboard, which is like so much better already. It has enough space, bottom and top, so that's nice. Yeah, obviously. Obviously. Hmm. Right. 10-10. 10-10 is fun. 10-10 is fun. Um, I do want to check what has been made. So I need these bitches to just fucking um run. Because these two are running for some reason. Um your compiler is taking so long. I feel like it takes 5 to 10 minutes every time to just run the app, even if it's just the web version. I don't know, it feels like it should compile faster for the web version than it does for the Kotlin app, but technically it's the same code, so I get it, but goddamn. This is taking a long time. Um, also, yeah. Mm. 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 I don't know. Well, that's a refresh if I haven't seen one. That means that some things probably worked. I doubt it. I don't know. I don't know. It broke the color again. Oh, and now this one is broken there. Good job. Good job. This one is running. Not enough to commit. Enough to commit on this one. um, I think I'm waiting for this one to pop. That could work. Um, That's also easy, you know. Um, I don't like codecs on the CLI. I like codecs on, I mean, I like Soul on Cursor, but um, I don't really like the CLI and how it works. They have like the thinking and collapsing of the the reasoning at some point, and this is not making a lot of sense for me. Like all of that is just getting collapsed when the thinking is done, when I would sometimes like to see what happened. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I feel like using codecs in T3 is better than using codecs in CLI. So I might just do that more. God damn, a clean rerun. Well, while that is running, I'm gonna pee. See, that collapse makes no sense. It's still compiling. Oh my god. That is bad. That is bad. Though, is this still running? I don't think it is. That's now broken. Oh no. Oh, I don't like this. I just noticed that. These are the old icons. I think this is just this run instead of what we had here. The stash reloaded and then didn't re-reload after the reapply. So yeah, that's bad. Why did that change C? Something's not right. That one is not supposed to happen. I don't know what happened, but something happened. Or you hijacked the OBS. That's what you did. I see. You can do that through the bot. I'm guessing, yeah. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I saw the flash on my stream deck and I was like, damn, I don't know what happened. And then I saw my stream on the other side that was not necessarily the right position. So yeah. I don't No, I think it's pretty neat. It's pretty useful if you, again, based on the usage and the tool itself, like what it is and what it should do and so on. Knowing that it is an admin/mods tool in the first place, and having the ability to potentially just change scene if something happens, if you have like or if you are in a bigger channel, for example, that has, I don't know, multiple people, like syntax, for example, and someone is talking but the camera is not moving to the right thing, then having the ability to just move back to the correct camera through the bot itself instead of needing something alternative, this is a pretty good thing. God damn, this shit is so slow. I don't know what you've done in the CI and the other things, but golly, this is so slow.
Now, why don't you confess?
Yeah, but still. Like, again, I think I said that before, and I will say it again. I don't think there is the need to run 100% of the tests on everything every time, because when I'm just changing some UI shit, there is nothing that is supposed to break. But obviously, if there is a breakage, we would know almost instantly. But if it's just like UI have been changed because designer is changing things, then yeah. Yeah, I mean the full test needs to go after. This is not supposed to take place on the machine. This is supposed to take place in GitHub CI. That's what I have in my head, at least. Like I commit the thing, I push, CI is doing the job that it's supposed to do. If it fails, it fails. The local machine is just watching. But yeah. Like the fact that it's supposed to run through the entire thing, it's just such a pain in the ass. Should not be the case. That should not be the case. At least. Not from my point of view. Like all the test is ensuring that it's not merged. I mean, when I'm working on that through the streams, for example, this is where it's not the most useful because it's like it's making things go slower than they need to be. But it makes sense. I get it. Um, God, this is so slow. Every single time, like that's the thing for me. Like it's just it could be simplified, could be better. And so I don't. I did not. I did not. Um, but if I start doing that, eh, 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 is it good? Uh, I don't know. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Also, my computer is kind of failing right now, so I see things. Uh, yeah, but none of my changes are in there. I don't like this. I don't like this. Um, the thing if it's there, is that stashed? If I have all of the changes I wanted to have that are like right here, that makes no sense. Um, also, easy, congrats on lending. I just saw that. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't like this. That's good. That's skilled. Oh, it's gonna take 16 minutes again. Oh my god. Mm, that's just, you know, you know, that I, God damn, what a pain in the ass. It's just, uh, I understand that, uh, things needs to compile, but when you just compiled the thing and it was just using a port that already had cached content, you just need to remove the cache and rerun it on the same thing, and it would work because you already compiled it. God damn. Oh, if I knew what I was doing, and if I was a dev, that would make so much more sense, and I'm sure I could make it so much easier on myself, but that's not me. This is not what I do. Oh. Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, oh my god. Also, I'm currently running Soul on medium, so not necessarily the best option. I should have used Luna for this. This is not the type of shit that Soul makes sense for, and this is on me. That's just using more tokens. It's fine. It's Wednesday. Hmm. I know that Codex in general has a bit of a better browser use thing compared to Anthropic, but to be honest, I have a bit of a better time with it with Claude than Codex for anything that is related to. Sorry, there's a bit of a fly on my desk. I hate this. Well, it's under the desk now. Well, it's necessary, right? We need to have something that is clean, or at least clean enough, so that I can go through and see things and be like, this is not working. This UI makes no sense. Or that feature is not supposed to be right there. And if it's just like the regular shit, then I can't see this. I just see how disgustingly non-practical the UI is. So simply making a coat of paint sometimes on the content, um, I I just want to make sure that the when I'm going to review the UI and the features, it's going to be on something that just is easy to understand, rather than something that just like isn't great. Take it. Yeah, perfect. Ah, oh, oh, interesting. Oh, uh, I see. I can't paste it here. God damn it. Hmm. This is this is wild. Yeah, I've seen that as well many times. Come on, bitch, you are so close. Oh my god. Oh, all I want is just to see the UI once before I go to bed. That's about it. I just want that. Nothing else. Ah, why is it so slow? Yeah, technically I'm gonna have to go in about 5 minutes based on battery level. Just dropped under 10%, which is not good. Not good. Why is it taking so long? Can you explain that to me? That would be highly appreciated. Like, what the fuck is the WASM WASM things, and why is this fucking launcher not launching when it's compiled? Like, I think that's my question, right? It, in a way, in my head, if it compiled and it's good and everything is fine, then we should just be able to run the fucking executable slash binary thing that there. But no, it needed sleep for some reason. The first startup can take several minutes. Yeah, why? My computer is slow. Is it a computer thing? If it's a computer is slow, then yeah, probably. Uh, because memory pressure is pretty high, and Java is running using like a lot of things, so all of that makes sense. What? Copy. Hmm. I saw that. I saw that. Copy. Ah. Oh. Oh my god. Hmm. By the way, Stody, while we wait on this shit to work, have you seen the fucking um Anchor releases. Have you seen that go through? Which I don't necessarily know um, what it is. Uh, all I've seen is that basically Endgame has been remastered um, as a re-release, and on what I have seen, I don't think I have saved this one though. Um, what I've seen is that they have some sort of a remastering of the color grading, so you can, like, this is the original and this is the ankle thing. So they basically have bumped up the fucking contrast and saturation overall, which seems to be interesting. It also seems to be something that a lot of people are currently doing with figuring out um, stuff. So don't open 3 of them. The official thing that I was checking is this, and then moderation to see if it did the thing, and it didn't. And I'm not gonna complain about it. Yeah, I'm not gonna complain about it. This is something that we will fix later. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. But yeah, no, that's I think that's an interesting thing. I don't know if it's just like uh a regrading re-release for theaters in order to make more money because they are struggling, or if it is actually something that is uh like remastered entirely with some hidden scenes and deleted scenes and so on. So that's the thing that we'll see. Officially September 25th for theaters release. But yeah, might be good, might be bad. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, this one is crazy though. Like, it looks as if this was like on purpose desaturated, but goddamn. Um, don't tell me you did something that's gonna be bad. Also, that's one of the things that I don't like about Codex. Even when you say yes and don't ask again, it still asks you. It's like, all right, still ask. Then, oh, done. I can sleep now. So yeah, this is an interesting thing. We'll see if that works. We'll see if it goes. Um, what? Yeah, that's that is a thingy. That is a thingy. Um, Icy cat. Icy cat. Um, Damn, that is not gonna work. Wild, wild. This is gonna be a raid and run on the QD, and I'm gonna see if it works. But yeah, things are running, things are good. Good. Icons are passing. Some of the buttons are not passing. Some of the scrolling thing that I just changed officially didn't pass, so that needs to be refetched and redone. I'm gonna do that tomorrow, and we'll see if it works. But yeah, overall, pretty good, pretty good. So as always, if you have a question and not live, join the Discord. That would be highly appreciated. If you have a big ass perfume collection, use that. And if you have a big ass perfume collection, no, a big ass list of link, use that instead. It's gonna be good compared to the other things that we have on the market. Nonetheless, if you're learning Japanese, use that. And if you're in need of some UI kits, use the Mob UI kit. It's neat. We like it. We made it, and we can make some updates to it if necessary. So that makes a lot of sense. Nonetheless, take care of yourself. I shall be back on Friday at 1:30 Paris time with potentially some news. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. This is going to be a raid and run for me. But enjoy the raid, enjoy the QD streams, and so on. Nonetheless, bye.